Progress. Word. All right, Progress. I'm going to mention places that I know in Lagos. You tell me what you know in Lagos. They call it the concentration game. So I want to see how concentrated you are. Progress. Shall you progress? Good. All right, Progress. I'm going to start with Ikeja.
Ekpe.
Agidingbe.
Oui.
Like if it's all right, so I'm away. Progress. Okay, let's put down together for Progress. Just because you are the first person I'm talking to with this in this game, we'll do another one. Progress. You from? When I mean, where are you from? What language do you speak aside English?
Yoruba with a lot of commas.
I'm saying now Yoruba with a lot of commas. Okay, so that's why we'll do this one now. So we'll do any Yoruba name that you can remember. Esther is not Yoruba name. So you mention Esther now. All right, Progress. I will start with Adeyinka.
Nike.
Aderibigbe.
Bisi.
Adewale.
Sola.
Ola.
Olaoyi.
Adekunle.
Kule.
Oyinade.
Oyin.
Oyinkansola.
Adeoyin.
Aderinsola.
Adeoye.
Aderibigbe.
Oluwa.
Anike.
Adeoluwa.
Arike.
Ashake.
Akonke.
Abike.
Ajike. Progress Lukeba Insi. Let's put our hands together for Progress. So can we confirm if our keynote speaker is around? Can we confirm? Around? Around. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to bring to the microphone our keynote speaker for today's event. And before I bring our speaker on stage, I would like to tell you a little bit about who our speaker is. So give me a few minutes of your attention to listen to our speaker's bio. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker has a degree. Okay, let me start from here so that I will save the best for the last. Our speaker is a distinguished leader, entrepreneur, and nation builder. He made history in Nigeria's political landscape in 2019 with his appointment as the youngest commissioner in Nigeria, as the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Sports in Oyo State, Nigeria. His outstanding performance in the office led to his current appointment as the Executive Advisor on Youth and Sports to the Oyo State government. A United Nations Ambassador for Peace, he is the visionary founder of Home Advantage Africa, a non-profit organization committed to driving social development and youth empowerment advocacy. Noteworthy amongst his many achievements and global affiliations include a network of young decision makers by Club de Madrid, the prestigious Politician of the Year Award 2022, from One Young World and the esteemed Future Awards Africa Prize for Governance in 2020, he holds the coveted royal title of Irawo Oodua of Yoruba Land, and also received the Royal African Young Leadership Award both from the Oni of Ife and of course Oba Adeyeye Eniton Ogunwosi Ojaja too. Dr. Fakorede, who is our speaker today, is devoted to guiding the African youth as key architects of the future. His mission is to foster leadership, development, and accountability amongst millennials, underscored by his initiatives such as seminars, conferences, and consultancy services. Professionally, our speaker is a registered engineer, is an entrepreneur, and a consultant. He holds an honorary Doctor of Philosophy in Public Administration and a fellowship with Institute of Entrepreneurship Management and Human Resource Development Professionals. He is deeply invested in grassroots community development and advocacy in Nigeria, exemplified through his non-profit Home Advantage Africa, which aligns with Sustainable Development Goals 2, 4, 5, and 8, emphasizing early engagement of young leaders in social entrepreneurship, governance, and politics. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not so busy, and if they are busy, you have to put your hands together for our speaker, our keynote speaker in person of Dr. Seun Fakorede. Let's keep clapping until our speaker gets to the stage. The Executive Advisor to Oyo State Government on Youth and Sports.
Thank you very much. I was almost concerned that the lectern would not be taller than I am. Good morning, distinguished guests, fellow dreamers, innovators, and creative minds gathered here today. It is such an honor to be with you, to speak at this remarkable event where ambition meets opportunity and where young people gather not just to learn, but to reimagine what is possible. First, I must thank the organizers of Upskill with Cartonic 3.0 for creating a platform like this, a space where creativity is not just discussed, but activated. Because I believe with every fiber of my being that the future belongs to creative minds, not just those who can draw the ordinary into something extraordinary. Before we go on, let me take you back to where it all began, Ibadan, the city that raised me. I remember school at Government College, Ibadan, when we would gather on a makeshift football field or abandoned classrooms. We didn't have proper boots or jerseys. Sometimes we didn't even have a football, just old socks or sachet water, nylons, and paper rolled tightly together. We would draw goalposts in the sand with sticks and divide teams by the color of our school shorts. Looking back now, I realized we were doing something profound, turning scarcity into creativity. That was our first lesson in innovation. You can create something meaningful even when you have little or nothing. And that story isn't unique to me. It's the story of millions of Nigerian youths, those who make something out of nothing every day. The barber who builds a salon from his mother's corridor, the tailor who starts by mending torn school uniforms, the young techie who learns coding from YouTube in one-room apartment with unstable electricity. Everywhere in Nigeria, creativity is surviving, sometimes against the odds. Think about Nollywood. It didn't start with $1 million budgets or film schools. It began with passion, handheld cameras, street corners, and actors who wanted to tell their stories. Today, that same industry ranks amongst the largest in the world. The stories that began in Alaba and Surulere are now watched in New York and in Paris. Or think of Afrobeats. Once upon a time, it was just the sound of Lagos nightlife from Mushin to Port Harcourt. Now, those beats fill stadiums in London, Atlanta, and Tokyo. Burna Boy, Wizkid, Thames, Ashake, Davido, they did not change who they were to fit the world. They showed the world who they were. That is the essence of today's theme. Local dominance precedes global relevance. The bridge between the two is creativity. Pure, authentic, fearless creativity. When people hear creativity, they often think it belongs only to artists, musicians, or designers. But creativity is much more bigger than that. Creativity is the ability to see what others do not see. It is the courage to connect the dots differently. For the entrepreneur, creativity is the engine that drives innovation. For the policymaker, It's what helps you design solutions that truly serve your people. For the youth, creativity is the path out of limitation, the power to imagine a life beyond what society says is possible. When I look back on my journey, from a young boy in Ibadan to becoming the youngest commissioner in Nigeria's history, I see one constant: creativity. I was appointed at 27 in 2019. People said he's too young, but I knew that leadership was not a matter of age, but of vision and creativity. We didn't have all the resources. We didn't have, what we had was imagination. We imagined that what governments and governance could look like for young people in Oyo State. We launched innovation initiatives and created platforms for creatives and entrepreneurs to thrive. Those years taught me something. I will never forget these things. Creativity is the most democratic resource in the world. Everyone has it, but not everyone uses it. And that same creativity has taken me places I've never imagined. From Ibadan's brown roof to global platforms. I've now traveled over 40 countries and cities all over the world, speaking on global policy, youth advocacy, and leadership. Everywhere I go, from Dusseldorf to Accra, from Addis Ababa to Amsterdam, I carry with me a story that a boy from Oyo State can stand shoulder to shoulder with world leaders, not because he copied the world, but because he stayed true to his roots. That is the power of moving from local dominance to global relevance. Global relevance does not mean losing your identity. In fact, it's the opposite. It means amplifying your identity. The world doesn't celebrate those who blend in. It celebrates those who stand out. When you stay true to who you are, your authenticity becomes your global passport. Afrobeat didn't dilute its sound. It doubled down on it. Nollywood didn't try to act like Hollywood. It told African stories, and the world listened. Our fashion designers didn't abandon Ankara or Ashoke. They redefined elegance with them. Authenticity. That's what the world buys into. So, what makes creativity the bridge from local dominance to global relevance? 1. It transforms scarcity into opportunity. When resources are absent, creativity invents alternatives. It tells stories that travel. Every global brand, from Apple to Flutterwave, began as a story told boldly. 3. It scales culture. Through creativity, our food, language, music, fashion have become global exports. 4. It inspires others. Creativity is contagious. When you dare to imagine, others dare to believe. I'll leave you with a few lessons from Nigeria and Africa. In tech, for example, Paystack started by solving Nigerian payments problems. Today, it's part of Stripe's global story. Sports, Toby Amuson ran her first race barefoot on a Nigerian soil. Now she's a world champion. Fashion, from Abba to Milan, African designs are redefining global fashion aesthetics. Everywhere you look, the same truth echoes. The world is hungry for what we have, if only we serve it well. So, how do we, as young Nigerians and Africans, move from local dominance to global relevance? One important thing is, own your identity. The world respects originality. Don't hide your roots. Refine them. 2, be excellent. Creativity without discipline is chaos. Excellence is what makes your creativity sustainable. Number 3, collaborate. Greatness is rarely achieved in isolation. Afrobeats went from global, through partnerships, collaborations, multiple influences. Number 4, leverage technology. The internet is the new marketplace. With a phone, a vision, and consistency, you can reach the world. Number 5, think scalability. Don't build just for your streets. Build for the world, but start from your streets. I mean, today when you look at it, the internet has broken every wall of partition. When you see things and imagine things today, the internet has made it super better than what it's meant to be. A lot of us, and I mean, as much as I love to say to people that we shouldn't look at our environment alone, we should look at the world. What is happening in the world? What is obtainable in the world? I tell people that Lagos is not the competition, or your state is not the competition. As a matter of fact, Nigeria is not the competition. The competition is on a global scale now. And whatever we do, we should be able to compare it with what's been done all over the world. So are you a graphic designer? And your competitors are just in Lagos? No, you are not rating yourself well enough. You have to be able to rate yourself with those that are doing what you are doing all over the world. I think I've told this story about 1,000 times already. And it's the story of my friend Bode while we're in the university. Bode felt like it was perhaps the best thing that actually happened to Nigeria when it comes to coding, when it comes to artificial intelligence and all these tech related engagements. But they qualified for this conference. Was it a conference or a boot camp somewhere in Asia, where this is an opportunity whereby everybody. This is an opportunity whereby everybody who was going to partake in the boot camp, they have to go through some tests, and if you pass the test, that is when you qualify to be engaged into that boot camp. This was Bode young. I think Bode was in his maybe 20s this year that I was talking about. But Bode felt like it was the best thing that has ever happened to Nigeria, because most of the people that are in his field, they are way older. But this is Bode, a young guy. To cut the long story short, Bode qualified for this boot camp, and they got to Asia. On getting to the camp in Asia, Bode found out that most of the people that he's going to be competing with, they were actually between age 9 and 12. I mean, this was Bode at 19, 20 or 21 thereabout that felt it was the best thing that ever happened to Nigeria. So this is to tell you that the world is actually moving on a different pedestal. The world is moving with a different speed. So while you are thinking that at 19, at 20, at 21 you are the best thing in your community, look at what is happening outside your community. Look at what's happening in the world. Mind you, this boot camp that I told you about, that I'm talking about, is not a boot camp that they will say, oh, maybe you have to be 18 plus or 20 plus. It was strictly based on performance and results. So this is to tell you that those guys that were 9, 10, 12, that were in that same boot camp, they actually took perhaps the same tests that Bode took. And we never can tell. Maybe some of them even did better than Bode, who thought it was the best thing that ever happened to Nigeria when it comes to artificial intelligence and tech. But at the end of the day, he had to compete with these younger people. When Bode came back to Nigeria, when he shared the story with us and all, it changed something in the mindset of most of us who actually listened to Bode and who were close to Bode. And this is to tell you that, look, the world is actually, moving. And we don't have excuses anymore not to excel. I like to tell people that excuses are good reasons for bad results. So irrespective of how good and how genuine your excuses are, they will never give you the results that you are expected, to get. I mean, some of us have excuses like, if only I have a MacBook, maybe, my products, or my results is going to be better today. But your reality is that Dell, that HP, that Lenovo, that whatever brand that you have, that is your reality. So the best thing you can do is to maximize what you have with you until you get to where you are going. I mean, some people will say that if only, my dad is the Dangotes of this world, or the, or $10 of this world, maybe things will be different. Yes, maybe, just maybe. But your reality today is your mom is selling, maybe ready-made clothes on Lagos Island. That's your reality. Your reality is that, maybe your dad or your uncle or whoever your guardian is actually, running Uber to sustain, the house. So, but don't forget that we've had people who do not have very interesting stories, to tell, but who went out of their way to make sure that they become icons in this nation today. And that is why it's important. Don't look at yourself that, oh, I'm young. I still have a lot of time. I like to tell people that, look, say not that you are a child. Actually, live longer than that. Actually, live longer than that. So 3 months came by. I did not fail. I did not fall. 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Nothing happened. And I served, successfully, for a complete, full term as Commissioner for Youth and Sports in Oyo State. Now, a lot of people will say that we've had, young people, who have represented us in this and that. What's the result? What's, has, become of them? But the truth is that we also have, examples and people who have actually gone into these systems and have been able to do what is expected of them. So guys, don't think you are too young. Don't think there's still a lot of time. This is the best time to actually move. My friends, we are the most connected, most exposed, and most creative generation in human history. Our challenge is not lack of talent, it is lack of focus. We must use creativity not just for entertainment, but for transformation. So if you're an artist, create boldly. If you're an entrepreneur, innovate courageously. If you're a policy maker, think differently. If you're a student, dream audaciously. Because the world is waiting for the next Nigerian, the next African to show up and say, we are here and we are enough. The world doesn't need another echo. It needs a voice. It doesn't need another copy. It needs an original. And I believe that in this generation and in this room, there are voices that will not only dominate locally, but resonate globally. Thank you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's put our hands together for Dr. Seun Fakorede. So many insight has been given out in that 10-minute speech. And one thing that we are going to take away from here is that the world is waiting for the next Nigerian to be audacious, to say we are Nigerian and we are enough. that you not tell yourself that you're too young. Is because you are, I mean, my early 20s, I'm just a girl. Right? Is that not what you guys say? I'm just a girl. But yeah, you had just a girl, but you can do a lot. You can do a lot. Even though you're young and you think you're young, you can do a lot. And the world is waiting for you. Today is a MacBook. Tomorrow is probably 1 million USD grant from... Why are you saying Amen? Alright, so the key item here is that what you have, one key ingredient that all of us have here is our creativity. At the start of this event, somebody kind of came up to me and was asking me about content creation and stuff like that. The thing about content creation and whatever it is, you have to be creative. It is your own story you want to tell. Tell it the way you understand it. In fact, some people will tell you a creative story without opening their mouth. That is the extent of creativity. So just tell your own story. Let people hear you for who you are and what you're passionate about. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together one more time for our keynote speaker, Dr. Sheon Fakorede. Thank you so much for joining our event. Thank you so much for your words as well. We are honored to have you here. So ladies and gentlemen, because of time, I've been informed that most of you here, you're waiting for the prize giving. But before then, we have a panel session. That panel session is very interesting because that is what we'll be talking about, the core of our event today, which is the theme that says blooming in career. So I want to have that conversation. So we've selected some of the finest speakers that will be coming up on stage to talk to you about that. But before then, I'd like to inform you that it is time for lunch. So our hostesses, the ladies, they're going to assist us in doing that. So we go out in batches, we take our food, then we come in and have our lunch. So whilst we have music going on for the next 15 to 20 minutes, and then we resume with the panel session. After that, then we go for the prize given. Did they get that? Okay, they did. So sound, we can have sound now. Thank you very much. That will go on for the next 15 to 20 minutes, and then we'll resume for the panel session. Thank you so much.
such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
let's inform everyone outside that they have 2 minutes. Those that are done with their meal should please step in and let's be on our seats so we can continue with the rest of the event. For those that can hear me, please inform those people outside that once they are done with their food, they can start coming in now. And those that are still eating, they have just 2 minutes to be inside so we can continue. Thank you. Let's kindly inform those people that are outside that if they are done with their food, they should start coming in. And those that are still eating, lunchtime is over now. You can bring your meal inside and finish it here, so we can start with the event. Once again, please, those of us that are outside and we are done with our food, let's kindly step in. If you're still eating, break time is over, lunch time is over. Please, let's come in and finish our food so we can start with the event. Our panelists are around and we don't want to delay them any further. Please, let's start coming in once you're done with your food outside. All right, thank you very much. All right, any of the organizing team that is in charge of our speakers, that's our panelists, I've been informed that they are not here, but they were seated somewhere. So please kindly get them for us, that we are going to be needing them now. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the show. So for those of you that came late, I know you already know why we are here, but we are here to witness and celebrate these. Okay, all right. So we're here to celebrate these winners, and of course the contestants, and even those people that actually sent an application that was hoping that they were selected. So before we bring on the moderator and the panelists, we'll do something for the next 10 minutes. Usually I would call this like the vibes check. Vibes check, because it seems like you people are so corporate. You're just sitting like you don't go to weddings or you don't go to raves. So what we're going to do now here is very simple. You know that when our speaker was talking the other time, he mentioned something about how he himself is a local champion and he went on to dominate the world. He started from a very small town in Oyo, and I feel like that grown, because there was somewhere that we were coming from before we got to this point that we are. So when we were growing up, there used to be these shows that we used to watch growing up, yeah? So if you know these songs, I want you to please sing along with me. Now, if you know this song, there is a problem, because if you know this song, why is this one? If you know these songs and you are not married yet, there is a big problem. So from Monday to like Sunday, we always had this show that everybody was always looking forward to. Like there was no day that you know that from 7 p.m. till 10, there's always a show that we are always longing to watch. On Monday, you'll be hearing things like face to face. It's another way of life for this people. This face me and face must to cause. Are you married? Kata kata. Okay. That's like a Monday show. And there is one, I don't know if you know that one. There is everyday people. That's you and me. Now you. That's you and me. Alright, there's another one that you will hear, and this one is on, sometimes they do it Tuesday or Wednesday. It goes, this life is beautiful. Life is beautiful. They have to match make you before you leave here today. Let's say by next year March, you are supposed to be married. Another one on Thursday, that one is very common. I'll just give you the instrumental. That one is You know that one. You must know that one. Another one is there's Papa Ajasko. I like that. Say manufactured by Wale Adenuga. That's it. Nigeria's number one. And then you have another one in the weekend. That one is number one is companion and number two is commotion. Number 20 years of commotion. Look at them. Clap for yourself. All right. Apparently, we have one thing we're going to do right now before we call our panelists as well. One more vibe check. So the DJ, are you with me? All right. So DJ will play some songs. You're going to sing to the song you sing. So at DJ's discretion, he's going to put it off. I want to hear your voice. So please, if you know the song, just sing. DJ, give us the first song, please. They should give you Ashake. Only Ashake Akonkelo Mari. All right, DJ. You sing along to the song, bro. This one. Chief, you don't marry. Say this guy don't marry. You don't marry, Abi. Good. I God save you. Sing along, bro. Say. If you want the mic, I can give you the mic. Let's go. Say.
My name again. It's like it's so wet. You go and say
I made it to sing along now. You don't know it. Only the chorus. My man. The straightest ultimate to go. Should I bring the mic? Okay. I'm a boy, Shorain. Alright, DJ.
Just like chameleon. Just I'm not alone. Again, the
You
shoe.
should know. So
I beg you, Papa, the world most incredible. Out of Nigeria, straight from Nigeria. Street credibility, we get some. Check my fans, walai. I
don't be lying.
All right, DJ, drop it. Let's put our hands together for that guy. The guy gets street cred. All right, DJ, the next song. We have one more song. DJ, give us one more song. I want somebody from this side. Somebody from this side now. All right, DJ, give us the next song. Give us the next song. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm back at you.
This one is what is easy now. Easy. All right, sing along. Now then. Anyway, I did now. We are checking the vibes. Àti ṣe bí Ọ̀yọ́ láàrin, Ọ̀yọ́ ò ṣe bí bàbá ẹnìkan. The girl wey I go give you that mic, no worry. Ayé ń lọ. All right. I'm on fire. All right, DJ, hold on.
You know, any fojú àdánwò kun ẹ̀bọ̀ra bọ̀láṣọ ọ̀dì dandan. Anywhere I dey na part. Magadi lọ, òwe lọ, Magadi lọ, ọ̀họ́ iná bí mi. Tẹ̀lé gbé kàdá. Join body, pikin join to here, follow GD.
Jolly party, bidi, body, shastori, because I did it.
Eternity.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for this chief again. It gets as that song will take sure you reach. Get some place where they go give you that song. You cannot remember the lyrics again. All right, DJ, give us one more song. Let me confirm. Blessing, are we good? Okay, please confirm. All right, DJ, give me one more song. One more. Gen Z go know this one. Then Alpha self go know. Sing along if you know the lyrics. Oh yeah, now. Let's go. Oh yeah, now. Oh yeah, now. Baby. Oh yeah, now. Catch some cruise. Which one? That one over there. Yeah, come and take the mic. Which one over there? Tell me what. Let's go. Everybody. Let's go. Anybody say they will know the chorus. Oh yeah, now let's go. Let's go. And if you know the oh yeah, easy, let's go. Say. I like that. Joy is coming. Let's put our hands together for ourselves. Vibe checked. But some of them are still doing like they are shy to be here. But yeah, we've gotten something. Alright, are we good? Growth lead, are we good? 5 minutes. Okay. Alright, DJ, you give us music for the next 5 minutes. Hopefully, all of our panelists are here. Some of them are here already. They were waiting for one person who is here as well. But in the next 5 minutes, we're going to start with the panel session. Immediately after that, there will be another 5 minutes vibe check, and then we'll go straight into. You want to do that now? Oh, okay. So what we're going to do right now is, I know some of us here, we already following us on Instagram at Cartonic, right? Right. So now we want you to please do a little bit of something for us. Please pick out your phone and go on Google, right? Google or iPhone. Should we download the app now? Already. If you don't have the app, please download it. Cartonic on Google Play Store or App Store. Please. Why? This is very important. Sound, please. Let's drop that a bit. This next information is very important. I want you to please give us a rating. And drop a comment under that, please. Give us a rating, drop a comment. When I say rating, I mean 5 star. Because some of you. So 5 star. Give us a 5-star rating and drop a good comment. The first person is what? Something. Let me quickly go and do that. The first person gets something. Okay, I already have the app. Okay. Alright. Why should he be the only first person? What will now happen to the rest of us? Shouldn't be the first person now. All right, please let's do that real quick. Thank you. Let's do that real quick. You can just go on any of the app stores, Apple or Google Play Store. Download the app if you don't already have it. Is it by raising phone? Are you not supposed to check it from the back end? You know, I mean, by raising phones. Now, 3 people raise their phones here. Another one is here. Women supporting women. That guy, the old phone, since you know, collect ammo. He say that lady. This guy. Let's confirm it first now. You are clapping. Nobody be clapping for 1 star. Are you sure? 5 star. What's her name? Are we giving her a G-Wagon? A G-Wagon. A pig Benz. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Even if, okay, let's have the gift for our the first lady to rate us, please. The rest of us as well, let's do that for us. If you have your phone with you, download the app. If you don't have the app already, give us a 5-star rating and drop a comment. Thank you so much. Oh, all right. Let's give that to the winner. She's over there. Let's put our hands together for Cartonic. Girl, now you. Alright, thank you. Let's have music while we're waiting. Thank you.
I don't care what people say, 'cause my love is here to stay, and I will do anything for you. Girl, I pledge my love for you, 'cause I'm in love with you. You be the one. And I'm losing my mind. Tell you that wherever you are, whatever it takes, I'll be there for you. 'Cause I love you. Hey, girl, I cannot do without you. Let me be the one beside you. I say I love you. I love you. You are the woman of my dreams. The personal person for me. Hey, when I look into your eyes, now my wife and I see. Forever together, you and I are meant to be. Don't doubt me. You be the personal person for me. Now only you feel be my love. Our love no go slow down. We go take over the whole town. Our love no go slow down. We go take over the whole town. Our love no go slow down. See, I love you. Hey, I love you, yeah. Love you. Hey, Yodi, hey. Chineke me, I'm with you, my love. Hey, planets, hey, Yodi, hey, Raquel Tile, I'm with you, my love. With you, everything is well, your love, they make my heart to do Yodi. Nobody can love you the way I do. I'm with you, my love. With you, everything is well, your love, they make my heart to do Yodi. Nobody can love you the way I do. I'm with you, my love. Same thing, way they make me feel like say you go be my wife. Now the same thing whipping they make my friend talk say I dey waste my time. Now because I dey respect you, girl, spend for you every night and day. I dey pray for you because of you I dey fly like butterfly, my love. Now this thing make people they say I don't lose my sense, my brain, but nobody can stop me from loving you. I'm with you, my love. With you everything is well, your love they make my heart to do yodi. Nobody can love you the way I do. I'm with you, my love. With you everything is well, your love they make my heart to do yodi. Nobody can love you the way I do. I'm with you, my love. You see the way all the things they flow. Some surprised to see how they love you so. Girl, I dey suspect say them no. Say now you be the person where they make me flow. Ooh, tell them say you are the blessing, and that's why you are so interesting. Nobody is understanding the way you are. Oh my beautiful girl. Now all this make people they say I don't lose my face, my pain, but they can't stop me from loving you. I'm with you, my love. You everything is well over your love. They make my heart to do yori. Nobody can love you the way I do. I'm with you, my love. With you everything is well over your love. They make my heart to do yori. Nobody can love you the way I do. I'm with you, my love. Your love, they affect my brain. Until you, they make me go insane. It go make sense if you come my place. If you know hear them, I go talk and again. Your love, they affect my brain. Oh my love, how they go insane. Just leave them the way he be, the way he is. Oh my love. Now all this make people they say I don't lose my sex, my brain, but they can't stop me from loving you. I'm with you, my love. Everything is well your love. They make my heart to do yori. Nobody can love you the way I do. I'm with you, my love. With you everything is well your love. They make my heart to do yori. Nobody can love you the way I do. I'm with you, my love. I'm with you, my love. Everything is well your love. They make my heart to do yori. Nobody can love you the way I do. I'm with you, my love. With you everything is well your love. They make my heart to do yori. Nobody can love you the way I do. I'm with you, my love. Yeah. Yori, yeah. Yori, they come see my love, oh my love. Nobody can stop me from loving you. I'm with you, my love.
What's that song? Hey, Chad, hey, for instance, say I be the one where them give chance. Say I be the one where they make plans. For all man to benefit I be, to make me disagree, to agree to create chance. But now I am not of importance, cause now I am looking from a distance. And that's why he give them the chance to do us and turn us the victim of circumstance. Them just to ignore our existence. They create excuse, they use excuse to buy chance. Them no one knows every day, them they use us, they play. All we get is a passing glance. Anytime we stand for resistance, when I'm in the act of exploitance, I feel we just be living in a trance land. Oh my God, hello, yeah. Me what I feel, it means you feel in my flow, and then you know say it's so. Hello, yeah. In your soul, or you in a motor, and you there go slow. Hello, yeah. Feel like this thing is affecting your being and it's killing your soul. Hello, yeah. Hello, yeah. For the thing where you see, they make you hello, yeah. Hello, yeah. See this type of thing when we feel, they make me they want to the hello, yeah. Even if I want to the cheese, I go still where they want to the hello, yeah. Stand, look around you, and I bet you go want to the hello, yeah. Hello, yeah. For the thing when you see, hello, yeah. For instance, say mini ballet of Nigerians. Share I go, they respect your own stance. Share I go, create the scenery for better to plenty, to they make me they give chance. Instead of to they pack the money go France, they make suffer to full in abundance. They make me to run away to a place where he be say go they feel like to break dance. Where them go respect my skills for instance. Where them go logo just stay they play pranks. On top the people where walk the way, where give them the key to the door, to the substance. Where them just they use you with the freelance. They're looting where they give us assurance. Repentance no they their plans. They create annoyance for my hands. So hello, yeah. Me what I feel, it means you feel in my flow, and then you know say it's so. Hello, yeah. In your soul, or you in a motor, and you there go slow. Hello, yeah. Feel like this thing is affecting your being and it's killing your soul. Hello, yeah. Hello, yeah. For the thing when you see, will make you way we dey feel, we dey make me dey want to the oh yeah. Even if I want to the chill, I go still go dey want to the oh yeah. Stand look around you and I bet you go want to the oh yeah. Oh yeah. For the thing when you see, go make you oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Make me dey give chance. Instead of gather money, we dey go France. Not to come dance. Hello, yes. Hello, yeah. 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 She don't get me. Hello, yeah. Hello, yeah. As you see me so understand, as you see me so.
All right, check. Thank you so much, DJ. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for waiting till this moment. This moment is a very important one in today's event. As you all have been informed that the theme of this year's Upskill is blooming in career. So we've selected some of the greatest minds to talk about this topic. Now that you're in tech, how do you stand out? And now we have all of our speakers here who we are going to be bringing up to the stage to have this conversation with you. I would like you to know that after a few minutes of our speakers speaking with our moderator, you have access to ask them questions. Although we might limit the number of questions we take, but you have liberty to ask them questions. So ladies and gentlemen, I would bring our moderator for this session to the stage, who is going to go ahead to introduce all of our panelists to all of you. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to cite a little about our moderator of this session. To moderate this panel session for us is the Assistant Customer Support Leader, TTT. She's known for her excellent resilience and customer-focused leadership. Over the past 3 years, she has strengthened customer satisfaction. She's improved review recovery systems and mentored team members toward peak performance. She's recognized with multiple awards, including the Best Customer Support and Employee of the Year 2024. She continues to drive results through empathy, strategy, and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator holds a BSc in microbiology from the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. If your hands are not too busy, let's put our hands together for Blessing Chima, who shall be moderating the session. Let's keep it coming. Don't stop until she gets to the stage. That would be our moderator for this session, who I'm going to leave the stage with so she can call and invite all of the panelists for this session to all of us.
Your hands are actually very big. So if your hands are not too busy, please a round of applause again. You're the one winning, I'm the one smiling. Is that possible? I mean, I look all dressed up, but yet I'm not going home with a MacBook. So please, a round of applause for yourself. You're awesome. Out of 16,000 people, you stood out, so it's not easy. Thank you very much for coming. It's actually great to see pleasant faces here, and it's an awesome one. So in today's fast-growing industry, like you know, in tech, it's not just about getting in. Of course, we're just trying to talk about you getting in, but it's about growing, it's about evolving, and creating a mark that stands out. So if you notice, we invited some people here because the mark they have created has stood out. So joining me today is the beautiful Ifedayo Durosimi Eti. Ifedayo, keep clapping as she comes forward. Ifedayo is an author, entrepreneur, and a young global leader with over a decade of leadership experience across finance, marketing, and manufacturing. She also holds a degree in biochemistry and an MBA in global business. Keep clapping because it's not easy. She's the founder of Economy, a fintech platform empowering women through every part. That's yielding high savings, field, and financial education. She's actually supporting women, has trained over 85,000 women. I know that if you're a woman and you support this movement, you will keep clapping. And then yes, she has created a milestone in NASDAQ program and become Amazon's first recruitment partner in Nigeria. Once again, Ife Dayo Durosimi Etsy. Of course, where there's balance, there's a man. Are you ready for the men in the house? Joining me up here again is Lukman Bello. He's a payment infrastructure expert in Paystack and technical solution lead with over 6 years of experience helping businesses navigate Africa's fintech landscape. He has led integrations for top to have a loudspeaker like me. So even if the mic is not working, my mouth is working. So yes, he's passionate about building resilient system. Lukman plays a key role in enabling digital commerce and scaling businesses across African markets. Like I said, if your hands are not busy, keep clapping. You're welcome, Lukman. Joining me lastly is, I'm sorry if I massacre this name. I'm very sorry. Semudara Abayomi. He's also a tech storyteller and startup ecosystem builder, reshaping how African innovation is showcased. Though he hit 60-second speech series, he has helped over 50 startups gain investors and customer visibility, generating 50 million views across platforms. So he has a community of 90,000 followers. Abayomi bridges founders, funders, and users through authentic storytelling. Are you ready to listen to some stories? So if your hands are not busy again, keep clapping and keep smiling. Welcome once again. It's an honor to actually have you here. So yes, remember, it's an impactful one. You're not just here to take a system, you're here to make sure that the system works for what you actually want it to work for. I read some of your portfolios and I'm very impressed. Yes, this person wants to build something different. So if you're ready, please listen to their stories, the questions, and the answer, and prepare your answers. So my first question is for Ife Dayo. Firstly, you have a very beautiful smile. Yeah, so as the founder of Economy, you've built a platform that empowers women, and we both know that most times in the tech world, the gender, they're actually leading, and most women find it so difficult to stand on their feet. So now for you who has stood on your feet and then you have strived in the business of tech, what does standing out mean to you, especially to women trying to build influence and impact that male-dominated industry?
Thank you. Thank you very much. You made me blush today. I couldn't even say anything anymore. But yeah, hi everyone. Hope you're having a good day. Fantastic. Okay, so what does standing out mean? Standing out is as clear as what it says, right? You have to stand out, you have to stay consistent, you have to stand for something, you have to be yourself at all times, doesn't matter where you are. And I was literally just having a conversation with some of the speakers earlier, and I was like, you know, when I'm out there, I'm a founder who was already kind of popular before I built my product. And you know, when you build a product and you're building in public, it's very scary, right? So I like to also enjoy myself even as I'm building my product. And just putting that out there initially was very scary for me, right? But I just started saying, and some of my friends say, Faye, you're a brand, you have to do like this, you have to do that. I'm a brand, but me being myself doesn't mean I'm a bad person, right? The people who are for you would always stand by you. Not everybody's going to like you. Even ice cream that is so sweet, not everybody that likes ice cream, right? So you have to stay consistent to who you truly are, because that's the only time you'll be happy to continue what you're doing, because down times will come. Crazy times will come. People will betray you along the journey. People that you trusted would do things that you never expected. Sometimes you would even do things that you didn't even know that you had the capacity to do. But the best thing you can do for yourself, especially when you're starting a business as a founder, somebody who wants to do something that is right, something that can transform the world, because you still have a long journey, right? You have to stay consistent, stay true to who you are. I've been the same person since I was in secondary school. I was telling them as well today. I said, I've always been a community builder. Then I didn't even know what community meant. But putting people together, having the ability to listen to people's stories, ability to, show them the way, ability to share as well. Some people are gatekeepers. I've never been a gatekeeper. If I see something is working for me, if I see that if I go on this website, people are getting jobs easily and all that, you see me telling other people the next day, you can also do this, you can also do that. I've always been like that, and that's what made me build the community, and that's how we actually started. So staying true to who you are will really, really make you stand out. Then building authority as well. Once you're trying to build a brand, you have to build authority where you are. So building authority you can do this by things like writing articles, doing think pieces, doing stuff like what he's doing, storytelling, staying true, like just doing things that people would know that, okay, if it was Abayomi that did this post, then I know that what he's saying is true. There's sometimes that you might even have to influence for brands, and sometimes you may not like that brand. You can't go and say, I like that brand just because that brand paid you. You have to stay true to who you are, because your word has to be your bond, right? So I hope I've been able to give a few tips on how to really stand out when you're trying to build in public too. Thank you.
Yes, a round of applause once again. So if you listen carefully, it says stay true to who you are. The next question that should come to your mind is, who am I? Most people are very confused as to who they are. And if you don't decipher who you are, you cannot stay true to who you are. Anyway, the next question is for Lukman. Lukman, it's very interesting that when you walked in here, I'm like, okay, what's going on here? Because most people have this notion of anybody with dread, they're just not serious in the tech world, they can't do anything, and you're here standing or sitting and looking at them, and you're also a lead, a paystack. So my question for you is, you've worked with many engineers. From your experience, what specific qualities makes an engineer truly stand out?
Hi everyone, it's good to see you all. Competence, I think, standing out, I think what that means can mean many things for you to stand out. Like, you can have a very public brand that people can see you. You can build very impactful projects that people can see the effects of it in the real world, and that stands out when your name is attached to this thing. But across all the different definitions of standing out, I think the one thing that is inexcusable or unavoidable is competence. Like, if you are competent in what you do, you would by default stand out. Like, and in that, and the great thing about this being a tech program is, if you're in tech because stuff. Why you want to build stuff? But like, we all want to build things. We are all trying to build products, ecosystems, communities, etc. And that's good. That's a great place to start with. But when it comes to showing, you think you have most developers. I'll speak to developers first. You have two different parts. Either you want to be a great engineer and an employee in a company, or you want to be a founder. If you want to do either of those things, you have to be the guy that either one can get these things done anytime. Like your manager trusts you that if I put Femi on this thing, he's gonna get it done. Or you want to be the guy that knows things. Let me tell you a secret about the guy that always seems to know things. He does not. He knows how to find the things he does not know. And when the problem comes, like, oh, okay, give me a few minutes, and then goes ahead to do his research and finds out what he needs to do, and then he comes back to you and you're so impressed and wild, like, damn, what did this guy do? How does he know so much? He doesn't. She doesn't. But she knows how to find, she knows what she knows. She knows how to find the things she does not know. And by doing this consistently, she or he has that personality, that persona that this guy will find out what I need to know, or this guy will be able to build the thing I need to build. Also, there's the creative part of it, whereby, like, there's a problem right now. It is hard. Everybody knows it's hard. But some people, this one might be a talent, I don't know. Some people just by default, it's not a talent actually, it's something you can build. That you can find out the solution that no one is thinking about. Like, think about it that you have two options. You can either do A or you can do B. Both of them are not great solutions. But there's always someone in a room that can think of that option C, that third option that no one else is thinking of. And if you can own into your strengths, back to your first point, know who you are. Are you the guy that knows how to build things and you're just great at what you do? Are you great at finding out the things you don't know? Or are you the guy who is reliable at finding the third solution? If you are doing one of these things and you do it consistently, if you're afraid in this tech space, do it afraid. Like, do it anyway. Like, you want to build your startup, you're not sure if it will work. Do it. Give it to your friends to test. Post it on Twitter. Like, just do it. I can't emphasize this enough. Just do it. Before I just drop the mic, I think on the point of just doing it, I listened to a podcast called Naval. If you've not heard it, please go and listen to it. He's a great tech philosopher in this our current age. All the great philosophers are dead, but like this guy is still with us. One thing that he said in a podcast I listened to yesterday is that life is not learned from the sidelines. Like, you can't learn how to play football by watching from the stages. You have to actually do it to know how to do it. I think that's how you stand out.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for him. So I picked some very important points. He said competence, creativity, and knowing what you're doing. So it means that in every part, whenever you try to do something, every great man once made mistakes. So mistakes are liable to happen, but it's how you grow from the mistake that makes you you. Post on Twitter, like he said, even if they drag you, they'll remember that post later when you've made it. So yes, thank you so much again, Lukman. My next question is for Abayomi. Abayomi, your work shows how powerful storytelling can be in tech. In fact, I'm so interested in this. How can professionals use content creation to build visibility and credibility?
Hi. It's good to be here amongst all these amazing people. I wish I was going to take one of this home. And my first system, I was telling where's Emmanuel? Yeah, that if you turn it on, you have to go play for 30 minutes, right, and then come back and hoping that it's already on. And then, but yeah, it's good that you guys are having this opportunity to be able to start working with M4. I think it's M4. It's really amazing. But yeah, back to the question. I'm assuming everyone here are just starting their careers, so I'm going to answer it in two parts. If you're just starting out and if you're already a professional, right? If you're just starting out, there's really no need for you to pose as a professional as such, because you don't know a lot of things in the industry yet. You're just figuring it out, right? The way you would approach it, or the way you should approach it, is that you share your journey of learning, right? So if you're a developer, for instance, you share how today you learned hello world, opening tag, closing tags, their function, what their function is. You share, maybe you find an interesting tutorial. For instance, there's this course I always share to product design. I'm a product designer, by the way. It's called Joseph Brendan. It's like a 7-hour course on YouTube by a Nigerian, and it's one of the best in virtually, like, if you're just starting, just watch that video, right? So you could take that video and say, oh, I'm watching this video, here are 10 things I learned, right? You're not posting as, oh, I've learned it all, I know it now, right? You're saying, this is what I learned today, and this is what I'm sharing. And that way, you're able to gain visibility. What that will do to you is 2 things. The people that are just beginning their journey will also relate with you. They will follow you. They will come to expect that, oh, when this guy finds, or when this lady finds an interesting tutorial or an interesting asset, they are going to share with us. So let me follow this person and learn from them, or collect what they are learning. The other thing it will do for you is that it will give you exposure to employers, right? Because people are always watching. My first job out of Unilag, I used LinkedIn. I usually post my design work, right? I'll post, and again I'll get like maybe 2 likes and 3 likes, but I'll still post regardless, right? Some people will come to my DM for freelance job, I'll do it. But I was this announcement that they made, Gradely is an ed tech. I studied educational management, so I was trying to find a way to blend my educational management with tech. So I saw that Gradely raised money and they're an edutech, so I was like, okay, cool, let me shoot my shots to these guys and see if they would eventually take me in, and then maybe I can apply some of my learnings to this job, right? And I have, because I've been posting my work, right? So I have like this backlog, not backlog, but like proof of work on my page, right? So I made a public tweet. I said, hi Gradely, my name is da 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 da. I finished from da 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 da. I've been designing for da 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 da. I'm looking for work. Come and employ me. The CEO saw it and said they will DM. Maybe they will DM tomorrow, I don't know. But what happened was that someone else saw the tweet, the CEO of Edukoya, Honey Ogundeyi. She was like, hey, come work with me. And then we did the first interview, and then I started working with Edukoya, and I was one of the founding members at Edukoya. Literally built like the entire product from brand design to like also moved around a lot. Essentially what I'm saying is that for youngins, you're just starting, you get this MacBook now. This is even like a content piece that you can actually post. Oh, I just won a MacBook from Cartonic. Follow me through my journey of learning from being a complete novice to getting my first job, right? And people can literally follow your journey and they will celebrate you. If you're already professionals, there are a lot of people that don't know what they are doing, but they are shouting online. So you that you know what you are doing, why are you not shouting about your work? Right? That's the question that you should be asking yourself. That's okay. You will say, okay, this person does not know what he's doing, he's just shouting online. Hey, you too. Why not shout? Right? Because, I mean, some people are fine with just being in their corner, right? Because maybe they have the network, right? They can always reach out to their friends, and then they'll get gigs, and then they'll get all of that. But if you are one of those people that you don't have like network, all you can do is shout online, right, about your work, right? And because you're a professional, you're able to say, for instance, if you're I don't know if you're in marketing, right, you can say, here's a campaign tactics to apply for your next campaign, or here's how to make sure that your Mark Zuckerberg is not taking all your money and not giving you results, right? Here's how you can optimize your campaign. These are some of the, maybe you read a research reports, right? And you've seen some new tactics that marketers in other clients are using, and you want to share it. You can share it and also now add your own expertise. And it would basically do the same thing for you. There are a number of people that do this well that I know. This guy right here is very, very vocal online, and he's an MC, right? He does events and all of that. And because people see him a lot on on TikTok, right? Some people, they don't even have husband yet, but they're already saying that this is the person I want to MC my wedding, right? And it's just because he shares his work, right? So it would also do that for you. You're able to like see maybe a founder, for instance, economy, for instance, maybe they want to launch in a new market, right? And maybe you are based in Ibadan, or you are based in the US, or you are based in, and you want to launch in that country. You are the first point of contact. You are the person that they will reach because they see you online. They see that you talk about these things and you know it well. I think, so I don't take too much time. I'll just stop there.
Okay, yes, another round of applause, please. So he mentioned visibility. Visibility is a lot. If we posted this great upskill program and you never actually engaged in it, you would not be sitting here today. And if we did not post, you'd still not be sitting here today. And that's what visibility is. So keep posting. Someone who you want to see your products or the things you offer will get to see you. So back to the beautiful Ife Dial. Before I say this, a wait for this question. When you were coming in, you know, there's a way somebody comes in and there's an aura that follows that person. I don't know if you know about it. So you don't even have to see that this person is a leader. You already know the person is a leader. I saw that aura. Aside your beauty, there was an aura. So my question for you is, leadership in tech and entrepreneurship, it comes with unique challenges. And knowing that you're a leader, how can young professionals develop the confidence? Because I saw the confidence when you came in. You don't have to speak, it is there. How can they develop this confidence and resilience needed to bloom into leadership roles?
Firstly, is what he said, competence. Once you know what you're doing, once you're building it every day, it builds your confidence. That's the first thing. The second thing I'll say is to be humble as well. You have to be humble. It's so important in any, no matter how, I tell God all the time, no matter where I get to, I need to remain humble. So anything he needs to do to remind me that, girl, you're stepping on next too much, or you just come back to earth, you know. So humility is very, very important. When you have those two things and you've built your competence, you're humble, you're learning every day, you're networking, you're building your capacity, the confidence comes naturally. And let me tell you a story. I wasn't always confident. I've worked in different places, but my job before I started entrepreneurship, I was a manager at Nigerian Breweries, which is Heineken, and I was in marketing and communications. I did projects across the country, built schools, did all sorts. I did all kinds of things, but nobody saw me because I did not want anybody to see me. I was always hiding in the background. I was always shy. I was timid, you know, and I don't even know if it was maybe because I went to an all-girls school, so I was just always chilled. But I realized that nobody is going to, it's just like winking in the dark, right? Nobody's going to see you no matter how good you are. I knew my onions. I knew everything. I knew what I had been doing this thing for like 5 or 7 years. You know, I had worked in Nigeria, worked in London. I had 3 jobs before I finished my MBA from like my month 2. So I knew that I was smart. But guess what? Once I even get into an interview, obviously I got some jobs, but there's some interviews I get, so I'll just be quiet, you know, they'll charaz me, they say, why do you have traveling? You like traveling on your CV? You know, people will just want to break your confidence. But I realized that the more I did, the first pitch I did, I almost chickened out. I stood on the stage in front of 1,000 people and they asked me to pitch, and I was like, I looked at them and said, I'm not doing this anymore. In fact, one of the people competing with me said, this thing you're even pitching safe, I don't understand, though. This your pitch is not. I just said, you know what, I'm not even doing this pitch again. I've already won the money, so there's even no need for me to come out again and do top 5 pitch. Let me just be going back. But my mentor at the time said, Ife, do it. And that literally changed the trajectory of my life. So like what he said, you need to also do it afraid. So when you do it afraid and when you gain confidence, even if one person says, oh, that was good, oh, I learned something from you, your confidence again grows, right? So you have to continue doing, no matter how scared you are. There are times when I'll be speaking sometimes like this, my leg will be shaking, I'll just be jamming it on the floor. But you know, you just have to continue doing it. Now there's no way I cannot step into. I've spoken at Harvard, I've spoken on different platforms, but before I wasn't always this confident. So you have to just continue doing it, continue speaking, continue talking, go to school. There are some schools where they teach you about schools, how to sit up, how to talk, do all of those things, and that would also tell you, oh, you're doing the right thing. Not that somebody will come and say, don't do your hand like this when you're talking. My mom sometimes she tell me, Faye, you do your hand like some places they'll say, oh, when you do your hand like that, you're speaking well. So it depends on who you actually listen to, right? If not, people will just be moving you from left to right. So it's important. But once you've built all of those things I said before, don't worry, the confidence will come from nowhere, and you just see yourself literally transform. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for her. I don't know if you listened attentively. He said competence first before confidence. You can't stand and speak when you don't know what you're saying. So you have to be well competent enough. Yes, they do, but then again, would they catch the right audience?
They will. It's who can talk, trust me. You have to build. Like I tell my daughter, it's true. I tell my daughter is 10. She spoke in front of 1,000 people and she spoke very confidently. I wish I learned that skill when I was that young. Because it is who can talk that captures the audience. Whether you are making sense or not. Once you raise your head high, dress. Okay, I forgot. Yeah, you have to look good. You have to dress well, look good. Have a little bit of sense. Obviously, build confidence so that when you're talking, it's not be as if you're saying nonsense. But first thing, the way you dress is the way you are dressed. If you don't look like the part, nobody's going to want to listen to you, no matter the English you speak. They'll say, this one is hungry, I better go and sit down. Do you understand? So you always have to look the part. The way you dress is the way you are dressed. Then back it up with your competence. Thank you.
Tech bros look good, because tech bros, they don't really like to look good. You just wear top, carry one exactly. They just come and then they're doing their thing. They're very quiet. Anyway, thank you so much, Ifedayo. That was really awesome. Back to Lukman. So Lukman, for early career developers who may not yet have leadership titles, right? How can they still demonstrate initiatives and leadership in their roles? They don't have it yet, but they're trying to demonstrate it.
I want to call back to what Bayomi said. If you're a beginner, like, claim it. First of all, like, don't fake it outside, like don't fake it to prospective employers, because they know what they are doing. They will talk in an interview, and the worst place I think you want to be in is to project this image of competence or leadership and not be able to deliver it. I think the question is more, how do you build it, not project it when you don't have it. And before I even go there, so like back when I was in uni with my friends, we were very delusional. I recommend it, by the way. Like, we're not delusional, we're trying to find jobs. Like, I schooled in Futa, Akure. I and my friends, we rented a 3-bedroom apartment. That was not where we live. We named it something labs, and every day after school on weekends we would go there to build projects and hardware, electronics, software, and we're calling ourselves founders. And like for some of these products, we're in uni, 300 level, 200 level, 400 level. And in doing this, we did this a lot because we believe that this thing we're building, it should work. And like by doing that, we're not saying that we are this founder and go and ask someone for $100,000. No, we're not doing that. Or calling ourselves CTO that, oh, I'm a CTO and I'm applying to Microsoft that come and hire me for doing this. We were delusional in believing in our abilities and we wanted to do it. We believed we could. You should absolutely have that strong belief in yourself that you can do this. And then you find out that through iteration, like you do it the first time, you learn what to do, what not to do. The second time, you learn the second thing to do, and the third thing that you should not be doing. Like some of these projects, like we came from, like there were, when hackathons were a thing, I miss those days, man. Hackathons were really popular back then. There were times we would come from Akure to Lagos for a hackathon. There was one that Access Bank held. It was fantastic. We won. Like we had all of my friends were first, second, third. It was awesome. We're very proud of going back. There was a time we built something and we came to Yaba Tech Valley. And we're walking around to different companies to just try to show them what we've built. We're young boys that did not know what we're doing, but like we were proud to show it off. So it's not like, so don't try to project it when you don't have it. Try to build it, is what I'm trying to say. And you build it with iterations. Like and being open to also take feedback. Like the worst, I think the worst kind of people leaders want to work with are like direct reports or people that are growing up is if you can't take feedback. It's a different thing to have strong opinions, have your own opinions, right? But when someone shows you how or why you are wrong or what is a better way, be open to that. And if you are not, then if you are trying to project what you don't have and you are very stubborn and ardent about it, then you will lose out on so many things. But like, be delusional that you are competent in what you are trying to do. Do it several times. Do it afraid. Do it over and over again. How many people work out here? Okay, very few hands. Wow, there should be iFitness should come and advertise here. But if you're working out, like there's a phrase till failure, where you continue to carry the iron until you stop, until you fail, right? And I think that's interesting because when you think of failure, if you think of it as a bad thing, it's not a bad thing. Like in that gym mentality, it's like you have done this so good, so well that you failed at it. And tomorrow when you are doing it, your till failure point have moved forward. So like maybe now you only got to, if you are building a startup, maybe you only got to the point where you almost had an MVP and one of your co-founders dropped out or something. Maybe the next time you will get to the MVP stage. And maybe the next time you get to family and friends, and you just keep going forward and forward. So don't be afraid to fail, be open to taking feedback, and try to build that leadership instincts that you have. And you only build it by doing it again, by knowing what not to do. Like any leader that you would see, they've made so many mistakes. And a paystack leader, one thing that he tells me that stuck to my head, like make new mistakes. Like don't make the same one twice, just make new ones, and you won't make a new mistake if you don't try. So like, and by doing that over and over again, then you start to believe in yourself and know that, yeah, I've seen this before, I've seen this pattern before, I know what I'm doing, and people would believe you when you actually say that.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. I can see most people nodding in accordance. Very good. I hope you've written your questions because there'll be question segments. Like he said, build the competence. If you're not building it, I wonder what you want to deliver. Remember, they only call a competent person to deliver immediately, especially when you're working with people. If there's an immediate task, you're the first person they will call because you're competent enough. So show people how competent you are. Thank you so much again, Lukman. My next question is to Abayomi. Abayomi, you're so quiet. They just said hi. Oh, so this is just a facade. Oh, okay. So do you believe everyone in tech needs to have a personal brand? Because I know that, everyone going in tech wants a personal thing. Oh, I want to build my brand. I want to be known. Or do you just think, they can still stand out without having a personal brand? What's your take?
It depends on how you look at it, right? Because personal branding is really just telling your stories how you want it, right? And you can decide to tell it online or tell it offline. But the advantages and disadvantages to this, if you have decided that you want to tell your story online. And one of the advantage, so I was at another event like 2 weeks ago, and the event had not started. It's in Landmark. It's for this one other brand. So I was like, there's another event here. Let me just see what's happening inside. It's a paid event. I was like, let me just go there and see what's happening. I got to the gates. I told the bouncer I want to see what's happening. It was like, do I have a ticket? I was like, let me go inside and see what's happening. So I went inside. And then when I got in, someone was like, hey, Bayomi. And I was like, hi. And then I was like, oh, I just want to see. And I was like, oh, you need a ticket, but you can just go in. So that's one of the advantage. And I use that as a metaphor that if you're telling your story online, if you're applying for a job or something, you'll be at the forefront because people sort of know you. So if they're looking at CV, they see your name, Bayomi, they'll be like, oh, this is this guy, I know him. They'll pull out your name from that long pile. It could be like 1,000, but they will pay special attention to your name. Is this person, yeah, let's see what this person has, right? So you get that special kind of treatment just because they've seen you online somewhere and you're applying to a role. And if you've decided to start telling your story online, I think the very first thing you need to do is remove shame from your eye, right? You need to be shameless, because I think one of the things that stop people from creating online is, what will my friends say? What will my mother say? What will my father say, right? So you need to remove that shame from your face. And there are different ways that you can create content, right? Tell your stories online. It doesn't have to be video, right? So if you are more, if you like to write, right, you can do Twitter, you can do LinkedIn, because those are writing focused, right? If you're someone that doesn't have fancy gadgets or anything, I would say start with TikTok, because TikTok is very, very forgiving, right? You can post yourself on the street of Ujelegba and no one really cares. They just want to see that you're having fun and you're good, right? But like, if you're more aesthetic driven, maybe go to Instagram, because that place, they want to see you all perfect and glamorous and all of that, right? But essentially, you don't have to do video, right? Another way to also maybe tell your story is by going to events like this, right? So no one has to know you online. But if you go to events like this and meet 10 people every event you go to, if you do that like for 10 events, that means you already have like 10 people in your, 100 people in your corner, right? And I mean, that's also one way to start building your story and meeting people, right? So you don't necessarily need to build your personal brand online, right? That's what I'm saying in essence. But like, if you've decided to, what I've said earlier are some of the ways that you can go at it. And people think Twitter is very interesting because of because the way they treat people. But the way I think about Twitter is that it's an amplifier, right? Every social media has its own power, its own prowess, right? TikTok, you can have 0 following on TikTok and your content will still do very, very well, right? Twitter, you don't necessarily need to have followers. You just need to be able to trigger people, right? If you know how to trigger people, right, you just need to decide that I want to sort of wind people small and that's the way Twitter is designed. If you just, unless you're like extremely smart, that you can dish out like really good stuff, even at that you still struggle a bit. But like, if you can do a bit of triggering plus the good stuff, you're able to like really do it. And you just need to like develop some kind of thick skin where, or if you see that they are going to drag you, post the tweet and mute it. You will never see anything about it. It works so well, right? If you post something that you think would be sort of a bit controversial, you just post it and mute it, and people can be arguing with themselves in the comment section. LinkedIn is probably, if you're looking for a job, LinkedIn is probably like the best way to go, right? And telling your story, like I said earlier, doesn't have to mean that you form that you're already a boss, right? It means that you're just sharing your journey, and you can already start. Maybe going to people's DM and say, hey, I'm looking for a job. Maybe that's not the best way to go. The way I would approach it is that, okay, let me actually tell you what I did. So you would, if you want to apply to Cartonic, for instance, right, you download their products, right, see maybe some of the failure points. That's if you're a product designer. See some of the failure points. Oh, they could have done this better, or this is how I would do this to make the experience more seamless, right? You put that in a case study and find maybe their head of design or something, right? And send them a DM. Oh, I wrote this case study. I saw this flow was not, it can be better, but like, don't say it in an abusing way, because you don't want to abuse your employer, right? Say it in a very interesting way that, oh, I feel like this flow, if you do it like this, you can improve what's it called now? Onboarding, yeah, user experience and all of that, right? Because they are nice people, they'll say, oh, this person took their time to do this. They might invite you for a meeting, and if you pass, you get a job. So I would do that for LinkedIn, right? That's how I approach it on LinkedIn. Yeah, so I don't take too much time, and I hope that was helpful.
Thank you very much, Abayomi. Please, don't send us emails. Oh. Actually, I was just joking. Look for the weak points. We're very good. You can't get a weak point. You can only get a better one. On Katsunic. Anyway, back to Ife Dayo. Ife Dayo, I always like to look at you when I talk because... Don't worry. I don't hype men. Sorry. So, yes, Ife Dayo. Economy has created a strong community-driven model, which I believe you are. Your economy. So now, how important is community and collaboration in helping individuals stand out and then sustain growth in their tech or business journeys? How did you do it for yours?
Community is so important. Community is everything. We first started out as a community, and you mentioned collaboration. Collaboration is also very important. So imagine just one little old Ife that, I didn't have any experience in technology, I didn't have experience in finance, and I wanted to build this fantastic product that was going to help people and all that. I'm not going to do it on my own. Who's going to believe me, right? Who's going to trust that I can actually do it? So what I did was I partnered with people who were already trusted brands. So I did events or programs or projects, and I walked up to people like Microsoft, and this was because I had built a personal brand. So, and it was not even intentional. So like he said, I was just telling my story. I'm shameless. You cannot shame the shameless, right? So I don't know anything. Okay, I don't know it. Okay, today I in fact, the first day I went on Okada, I posted it. Things like that, just something fun. Everything doesn't have to be serious. So a lot of people became interested in my journey, and I think it was from when I wrote my book. So from that point on, I built the community. I started collaborating with people who I felt had bigger brands than I did. So brands like Microsoft, Google, even like food brands. So when I launched my book, I reached out to people who I felt were mission aligned with me. So people who were part of Wimbiz, for example. If you're part of Wimbiz, then I know that you would want to do things for women. So I reached out to people who could provide drinks. And I like nice things, right? I like to enter a place and place is branded well. And I knew that I didn't have money to do it. So I reached out to people who could probably partner with me, and they'll say, okay, it's their brand, that did it. So somebody said, oh, okay, I would like to contribute with decor. Another person say, oh, I would like to contribute with drinks. So not every collaboration or every partnership will give you money. Some people can give you their own resources, and that can help you. So imagine you now having this huge, backdrop with all these other brands on it. People will be like, this is actually fantastic. So all these people came together to make this thing happen. So if you're doing something impactful, I always tell people, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So it's important for you to collaborate. Community also is very important. When I was raising funding, right, the first ever time we're raising funding, I had spoken to different VCs. I know how hard it is finding money when you're trying to build a business as a woman. So people were telling me, are you trying to build another Facebook? I'm like, no, I'm not trying to build another Facebook. But a lot of people didn't get it. So one day I just wrote on my Insta stories, and I was like, oh, I'm trying to build this product. If you're interested in investing, please reach out to me. And over 100 people reached out to me to say that they were interested. And these were people that were part of my community, the community I had been building knowingly and unknowingly, right? So, and we raised $600,000 in 24 hours. Nobody has done it on the continent before. And I didn't have any roadmap. I had never seen it anywhere before. All the money to cover that event. I would never host it by myself. I would collaborate with people, with brands that are mission aligned with me, and then you go far. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Ifedayo. Yes, collaboration is very important. You can't go alone. And that's why in businesses, in organizations, they always have employees of labor where they collectively work to achieve a common goal. So yes, while seated, collect each other's numbers. You don't know who is going to help you. So back to Lukman. What advice would you give to a high impact one that really makes a difference? You know, there's a difference between a good developer to a highly impacted developer. So yes, what advice would you give them?
Punch above your pay grade. And let me explain that in a bit. And I'm going to base this off reference of my experience at Paystack, right? So as a developer, if you're employed in a company, outside of when the project is just starting, you might find yourself just fixing bugs and making minor improvements. And if you want to get to the next level, you have to do things more impactful than that. Like, it's not, like, think beyond your day-to-day. Oh, I closed 5 tickets today. I closed 10 tickets. I solved this bug. This thing wasn't working. It's working again. Like, think beyond that for a minute. Like, think to what's the company trying to do, and how can I help that? Like, again, beyond your day-to-day. As a founder, she's not thinking about today or tomorrow or next week. It's the bigger picture. So, like, can you think about what is next for the company, or where the company is going to, and when you fit into that? And let me relate that back to what I first said, which is punching above your pay grade. So, like, if you're applying for promotion, or you want to go to the next level, you want to become the manager of your team, or you want to build your own team, or you shall want to get to the next level, the easiest way, like, if you can ask any manager here, the easiest way to convince your manager that I'm ready for this is by doing work at that level for a consistent period of time. So, like, now there's no excuse. Can he really do this? Can she really do this? Yes, because you have shown it. You're not saying, believe in me. That is needed when you're starting off. But, like, the question, I think, is for a developer that is established already. You're not even just a developer, a designer, a marketer, any role. Like, you're already in your field, you're already a professional, and now you want to get to the next level, right? You want to be a leader. What do leaders do? Try to do that thing. Ask for guidance when you are stuck, but try to do that thing. Think like a leader. Think and act like one. And when you try to do that, you try to figure out all the different things your leaders go through. Like, it's not about doing the design now. It's not about convincing the front-end engineer why they have to build this. There's a different team. Getting buy-in across different stakeholders. Then you start to see some of those other problems that will never be apparent to you if you focus on your day-to-day. Right? It's only when you try to do beyond your day-to-day, you have to try to bring your head over the water and see where the land is. That's when you know what direction to swim in, right? And so, yeah, to just sum that up, you, as an established professional trying to get to the next level, first, try to operate at that next level, figure out the kinks. Again, it's part of doing it afraid, do it anyway, fail, do it again. Like, try to understand that. And then you start to see where you need to improve, right? Do you need to take a course? Do you need to network with other people in that field? And if you have a fantastic manager, your manager should be helping you, put you on this path as well, so that they can direct you on where your gaps are and what they think is good for you. Or just putting you in charge of this kind of projects that will force you to be impactful. And so I think that's honestly, I'm just going to keep going around in circles now if I don't stop. So you want to go to the next level, try to be at the next level, and you'll learn how to do that consistently.
Okay, a round of applause for Lukman. Thank you so much.
Hi.
Okay, please do.
I wanted to add to what he said and just give a literal example that happened on my team. So we had someone on the team who was working in compliance, and she was fantastic at her job. But you know, compliance is literally just working with regulation and just making sure that the company is on the right side of regulation. But we as a company wanted to now go into lending, and she just took it up and she just started, you know, she built the team, she was in all the meetings, she was hiring. Before she was like a one-man soldier. Now everybody in lending is reporting to her, so she's doing more than compliance. Now she's built like a whole credit unit that we never had. When she came to ask for a pay grade, stamped, done. Like there was no conversation. Like even if her job description didn't change, not job description, even if her title or whatever didn't change, but we know that she's doing more than she's, and that's the kind of person that I wouldn't even mind becoming COO. So sometimes and these are people that they give you that confidence, like, see, we're here for the long run, we're here to get our hands dirty, we're here to enter this poto with you, because startup life is really poto. So you really need to have people that that will stand by you, and you're sure that, you know what, we're going on this journey together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ifedayo. That was actually very awesome. So the take home here is, like he said, punch above your pay grade. Think differently, because in all honesty, you could have a group of 10 persons doing the same job that you're doing. What makes you stand out is how you think, how you actually have that audaciousness to do something different. What is the company doing? What am I doing? How would they notice me? What's the difference and impact I'm about to make? Yes, once again, thank you very much. So my last question is to Shemudara. Are you ready? I am? Oh my God. I thought I was maybe destroying the name. Okay, so for people who are they are afraid to share their work online, how, just like myself, because that one, especially Twitter. You talked about Twitter. I kept laughing because the drags, Jesus. So yes, how can they start putting themselves out there in a way that feels authentic?
So you don't have to be everywhere, right? You can just pick one platform that you're comfortable with and stick with it, right? And you might be thinking that some platforms are more professional than the others. It's actually not the case, because at the end of the day, still these humans that are everywhere, right? I know some people do not know that I'm on Twitter. All they've seen of me is on TikTok, right? So, right, Instagram, right? So pick your poison, right? If your poison is Instagram, stick with it, right? And start sharing your work. Like I said earlier, be shameless, right? At the end of the day, no one is going to help you find a job. No one is going to feed you, right? It's your life. They will talk. Whether you do, then go talk. Whether you no do, then go see talk. Right. So I think the first thing is to pick your poison. But the way I approach it is that it's just one single content. I might as well just post it everywhere, right? And that way, it's also sort of like a social proof, right? So if I go off Instagram today, I can still like enjoy my TikTok and enjoy my Twitter and my LinkedIn, right? And YouTube and Threads and the rest, because I'm just off Instagram. I still have this community across all this, but you don't have to do that. You can just stick with one platform. I know some people have done that and they're doing so great at it. It's just one platform. Secondly, okay, I've said be shameless and stick to one platform. And I think the next point would be to sort of, it's being authentic is really just, I don't know, it's you're not trying to be someone else, right? You're really just trying to be yourself and just sharing yourself with the rest of the world, right? So I think that's like the major thing. You are yourself, right? You don't have to be someone that you're not. I mean, some people will say fake it until you make it. I really don't like it that much, right? Because it now puts you on unnecessary pressure, right? You want to look a certain kind of way. You never get that much money. You don't go to rent apartments to do content. When the content is not even paying you yet, you can just stay in your room and do this thing and shoot the content. Go enter depth because you want to look a certain way. I guess it works for some people, right? But like for me, I think you should just be yourself, right? There's nothing that beats the Just 2 holiday. Be yourself and don't enter trouble, right? And back to the point I mentioned earlier, right? Is you don't have to position for what you're not. Let people follow you on that journey, right? So pick a platform, be yourself, be shameless, right? Come on, that shame for your eyes. No one is going to feed you, right? That's at least that's the way I think about it, right? If you are scared that your friend will talk, you don't know what your friend is saying, right? So it's your life at the end of the day. You just have to decide that this thing, I want to do it. And the interesting part about social media is that if you stay consistent at it, for like 3 months, you get results, right? So, backstory, I started creating content May 2023, and my first video was, so Number, I don't know if you're familiar with Number. It's a fintech, it's similar to like Kuda and the rest. They raised $30 million. And I was like, oh, I can talk about this. So I brought out my phone. I was like, hey guys, Number just raised money just beside my window. Number just raised $30 million, and it's actually interesting. They're trying to use this money to expand in Nigeria, get more people into their pipeline. And that video got 600 views. I'm like, oh, this is actually nice. 600 people are watching me. There's this thing that you think you need to go viral. You need to 1 million views. You need 10,000 likes. 1 million people fighting in your comments. You don't need that, right? Especially at the start. What you want to do is develop that habit of doing, right? Picking out your phone, standing in front of the camera, recording, editing, and shooting, and doing that consistently for a period of 3 months, right? If you get 1 like, okay, if you get, how many people are here now? Maybe like 100, right? If you get 100 views, it means that the number, everyone here has seen your video. Do you know the kind of logistics it took to bring this number of people here today? Right? And you see 100 views and you don't appreciate it. Like 100 people are sitting down, wasting 60 seconds to watch my video. Because people don't really have time, right? You now see 100 people watching your song and you complain that it's not enough people. Oh yeah, you try and do events and bring 100 people. Right? So if you get 100 views, it's really amazing. If you get 200 views, it's amazing. I remember then, if I get 10,000 views, I'll run to my friend and I'll say, guy, I just see 10,000 views. Because it was, but now it feels like it's normal now, but like these things are, you should appreciate it. 100 views is not easy. So people will post and they will only get 2 views, which is still amazing, right? Because it means that outside your friend, outside your family, these 2 people, they spent enough time to consume your content. You should be appreciative. And I think that's what makes a lot of people say they don't want to create content again, because they only had 50 views. 50 people. Some pastors don't even have 50 people. They don't have 50 people watching them. But you have 50 people consuming your content day in, day out, and you're not ready.
Okay, thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for him. So I learned something. Be shameless. Because if you really are seeking for people's validation, you will not actually get anywhere. Remember that all the comedy and skits making was an abnormality until they became normal. Now one person brought that and every other person is following through. So be that change. On your camera, post. I'm talking to myself, so we're both talking to ourselves. So yes, time for the questions and answers. Of course, they presented well, giving you enough. I could see you nodding, trying to relate it to your life choices, what you're currently thinking about. So yes, it's time for the questions. Those that, I like this. Don't worry, I'll come to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we take the questions, I want us to take just 10 seconds to appreciate all of our panelists. Let's put our hands together for them because they've done an amazing job.
You're clapping, you're not smiling. You're going home with MacBook. I'm sitting here to entertain you. Clap and smile. Thank you so much. Yes.
All right, so we're going to take in a few questions. And I want us to do it this way, please. If you are asking your question, don't give us backstory. Just ask your question and please direct your question to a speaker. Please do that. That will make it easy. Nobody from here. I think they are like from the planning team. I have 1, 2, who else? 3, 4. I have just 4 people, and that's it. Because if somebody asks a question now, that's when you remember that you have 1 question. So I have just 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. You tell us your name. You tell us what you do. Ask your question and direct it to the speaker you want to answer the question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Timileyin Awodele. I'm a project manager and a content. Hello. Okay. So I have 2 questions directed towards Mrs. Ife and Mr. Bayomi. So the first question is this: you wrote a book on accessing grants. Okay, so my question is very simple, actually. So we are in Nigeria, right? So, and I just want to know what is the best pathway to getting funds in Nigeria. You did crowdfunding, and I know there are other options too. There is a VC; they can get funds through VC. So many other options. So, I want to know the best option to getting funds in Nigeria, and also this is. Okay, so is it, from your standpoint now, do you think attending grad school or going to grad school because you have an MBA, do you think that is really necessary or really important for someone who wants to go into, building businesses and all that? So that's my question for you. And my question for Mr. Bayomi is that, sorry. Okay, so Mr. Bayomi, you've worked on some startups, and you founded some yourself, and you've been part of the founding team of some startups, right? So my question is this: for someone who is just getting started and wants to have their own startups, their own businesses, but do not have prior experience in, let's say, a tech company, they've not worked in a tech company before, what would be your advice to that person? Should they get a job first, or should they just, get the job? And what would be your advice for someone who wants to create the kind of content that you create? Thank you.
Thank you. Should we take the first question or the second question? Because he has 2 questions. Did he direct both questions to you? Okay, so answer that so we...
I think you should get a job, right? So if you want to build a fintech app, for instance, work in a fintech company, right? And maybe try to work in operations so you can see everything going on in the company, right? If you want to maybe do ride hailing, maybe go get a job at what's this Shortlast, Shortlast, or Shewun's company, Fez Delivery, right? So get that job, and yeah.
All right.
Okay, so
did you get that? Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, first question was about funding. So you can get funding from your customers. That's them buying your product directly. That's the first one, and that's even the most important one, right? And the sweetest one to have. Secondly, you can get funding from friends and family. That's usually the first phase. So your friends and family, they can believe in your product, then you're more than likely going to succeed. You can convince them more because they believe in you, they trust you, they've seen you grow, they've seen the hustle that you've put in and the work that you've put in. So your friends and family are always the first set of people that you should actually go to when you're trying to raise funding. Another opportunity for funding is grants. So there's so many grant opportunities that are available, from the small grants like $1,000 to the $500,000. There are different opportunities. You just need to find different platforms that show you these opportunities. So our economy, we actually share some of these opportunities where the grants are possible. You can also join different fellowships and communities. So like, for example, the Mandela Washington Fellowship, the Acumen Program, the Harambe Alliance. So for these programs, for example, when you apply to them, you're applying for like a leadership training, for example, but you have access to different investors, policymakers, individuals that have money that can potentially invest in your business. So I always tell people, they always say they're always looking for money. They're not thinking about building their own capacity. When you join those platforms, then you most likely will get access to funding, even if the company directly is not investing in you. Then you now think about VCs, right? There are different VCs in Nigeria, abroad. you can reach out to them. It's always better for you to reach out to a founder. So research them, go to their websites, look at their portfolio companies, and reach out to the founders of those portfolio companies, be their friend, and tell them to do an introduction. If you just send the pitch deck, they're more than likely not going to read it, right? So that's another option. Then there's crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is not very popular in Nigeria. I think I was like one of the first people to crowdfund in Nigeria. I didn't even know how to do it, what pathway. There is no regulation, for crowdfunding, but I had a community and I was able to leverage, for me, the Get Equity platform to receive my funds. So Get Equity didn't give me any of their own users to invest in me. I brought my own people to give money through that. So I could have used any other platform, but I used the Get Equity platform at the time. So that's another pathway. So I think those are some of the ways that you can raise funding. Grad school, I don't think is important. It's not important at all. I have people who I know that didn't even go to university, who have gone ahead to build fantastic products. It really doesn't matter. But I believe in using what you have to your advantage. So, for example, when I was doing my MBA, I never wanted to be a founder. I never wanted to be an entrepreneur. I worked, and I wanted to leave biochemistry because a lot of people were trying to push me into working in May and Baker and pharmaceutical companies and all of that. So the reason why I went to do an MBA was because I didn't know what I wanted to do at the time. I didn't get the job that I wanted at the time. They offered me another role, so I just said, you know what? I think let me just go and do an MBA because it's a general thing. That was my own reason for doing an MBA. But now I have my MBA. If I'm going to pitch, because I have an MBA, it's a plus for me. But if I didn't have an MBA, I would have looked for something else that would have been a plus. Do you understand? So it doesn't really matter whether you have an MBA, whether you went to grad school, whether you have this degree or not. What is important is your competence. What have you built? I've had a graphic designer on my team who has been the longest standing staff. And when I even hired him, I didn't even know he didn't even do uni. I was the one that paid part of his money for the first school fees that he went into university, and he's graduated now from Babcock with a fantastic degree, and he's still working with me. He's even gotten another job. He's doing 2 jobs at the same time. We love him and he's doing well. So it doesn't really matter. Competence is king. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you can raise money through the avenue she mentioned, you can go and do community ajo, pack number 1, and invest in your business. Where is number 2?
Don't do a job. Bring your money to economy.
Okay.
You will run away with your money.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. So my name is Progress. I'm a product manager. So my question is, I think it's for 3 of you, eventually. So what if I'm building competence? For instance, if my place of work, I'm just going to use that as an example, not that that is a current situation. So if in my place of work, maybe I'm shipping products as a product manager, I take feedback, I work with people and with teams, and then I see that there's very little room for improvements, there's no room for growth, then there's no feedback, like no progress reports. So I can't tell what I'm doing that is wrong or what I'm doing that is right. And then maybe things I've learned as a product manager, maybe I'm not getting to do some of them because, the company wants things done in a certain way. Even if I can see that maybe some things need to be done the way I learned them, right? But I cannot say that, let's do it this way, in that sense of it. And if eventually, working that way over time has eventually now affected my self-esteem. So maybe before I used to build in public, and then now I'm now, concerned that maybe I don't know what I'm doing at all. So there's that fear that, I don't think I know what I'm doing. So I no longer want to, put things out, because I'm scared that, at work, they already say, I don't know what I'm doing. So maybe if I put it out, I will now not know what I'm doing pro max, in that sense of it. So everybody will know that, I don't know what I'm doing. So how can I, overcome that fear so that I can now build in public and get more job offers? That's one, because I want to earn more money. Then secondly, Bayomi and Lukman mentioned that we should not act what we are not. So now in that case, how do I tell what my capability is and what it's not, so that I'm not acting what I'm not, in that sense of it?
Please let me just quickly answer. Firstly, I don't think you shouldn't be in a company where you cannot speak up, right? Number 1. Number 2, you should always ask for progress, because trust me, the CEO or your manager is thinking about so many things. So sometimes they forget. It's not because they are wicked or they want to do you bad. Just ask. right? You can ask them, how am I doing? Am I doing good? Am I not doing good? Give me feedback. I want to improve, right? That's another thing that you can do. Thirdly, you can actually volunteer for other companies. You don't have to tell them to pay you. So if you think that your skills are not leveraged enough in the company that you're working with, you can volunteer for another company that you're doing well. They will hire you. Skills, like good people are not, there are not too many good people, right? If you're good and you volunteer with another company and the company sees your value, they will give you an offer. And if you think where you are, they're toxic, your self-esteem is being played with, things like that, then you're more than likely going to move. But a lot of times, it's better to say, don't give me a job, let me volunteer, you don't need to pay me, I already have a job, right? Let me show you what I can do. Like he said, reach out to somebody on LinkedIn, tell them, oh, okay, I saw this, defect on your product, but I think you can do it like this, do it like that. I hired somebody like that, I put it on my Insta story, my Insta story is my superpower. And one day I was like, this Reels thing, like I want to learn how to do it, blah, blah, blah. And somebody said, I can come and be helping you do your Reels, though. All of a sudden, I don't want to learn it again. I said she should come and be helping me. She volunteered with me for like maybe 6 months. After some time, I said, and I also introduced her to other people. After some time, I gave her a job, and she worked with me for like 3 years. Now she started her own business. I still use her. I also recommend her to other people, and she's doing extremely well. So if you don't, and guess what? On a normal day, I wouldn't have hired anybody to come and do Reels for me because that's not what I needed at that point in time. Do you understand? So sometimes people don't know what they don't need or what they don't. Some people don't know what they don't have. So just speak up, volunteer more, and then you would actually eventually see people that would actually see your value. Thank you.
So if I could add to that, I think, like correctly said, yes please, don't act what you're not. I think the part of the question I want to pick out to answer is that, like, you're in this situation, presumed situation, where no one is listening to you. You can't speak up or to share your ideas, even though you think it could be better. And this is affecting your self-esteem in a way that you can't build in public. You can't grow. So, like, I think the dicey situation is, like, you need to get out of that headspace, right? There's a difference between knowing your weaknesses and trying to grow at them. Like, you know that, oh, I'm not very good at this thing, and you want to learn how to be good at it. But I think your self-esteem being low is more of like, I'm shit at this. Forgive my French. Shit. Edit it. Like you feel like you are terrible at this, and then you're afraid to do more. That's worse. The first one is good. It's self-awareness. The second one, dampening your self-esteem, is bad. And you should try to get out of that situation. Try to look for something that would help you break out of that loop. And it's by trying, like, volunteer for companies, right? Get external feedback, like objective feedback, right? Not from your mom or your brother. They love you and they will tell you what you want to hear. But get objective feedback. And I have an example. A friend recently was in this kind of situation. They saw things that were not going right within their company and thought, oh, I could even contribute here outside of their role. Like, I could help make suggestions. But this feedback were not being taken. And in one of the proposals, in trying to properly articulate. So, like, this is another thing. Like, if you're trying to articulate your idea in a professional manner, like, you have to do it well. Like, you have to make your case clear. Like you're a lawyer, basically, trying to make your case why you are right. And this person, they put together the deck to present to their CEO or their this thing. And while they put this together, they shared it with a friend of theirs just to get feedback. There was also a founder to get feedback. Like, am I thinking in the right manner? Am I thinking in the right way for this? Is there something I should add, edit? They did make the friend gave them feedback. They made a presentation to their CEO. The CEO did not listen to that. Like, oh, we are not doing anything about this right now. It's not what's important. That's fair. The CEO is not a wicked person. It's not what's important to them right now. But the friend that is also a founder was like, yo, I need you to come and work for me. And gave them 2x the offer of what they were currently earning, and even more, even a better role than where they were. So it's like, in looking for objective feedback, they didn't go and look for a job. It's just feedback. I want feedback on this idea that I have. And that external validation has led to bigger things. So yeah, to sum that up, please do not put yourself in a situation that damages your self-esteem. Immediately try to get out of it. Like, you want positive reinforcement, and if you don't have feedback, ask for it. Just reach out. They will give you, or put them, and don't leave the meeting until they give you real feedback that you want. Managers can want to skate around it, but like, you can ask directly in a way that it's not confusing. It's just two people communicating to each other. Your manager is not a god. Your CEO is not a god. You're just two people talking to each other and trying to figure things out. That's all that's.
Okay, thank you very much. That was awesome. The third person, please.
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Pelumi, and most times when I ask questions, I ask for everyone to learn from the answers they provide. And currently, I'm a technical lead as well. And although I might not be a technical lead as Lukman at Paystack, my current company is also a financial company, Open Factor Technology, and you might have heard of them. And then also I mentor at the Tony Olumelu Foundation. So I have tech entrepreneurs and young ones coming up at, looking up to someone like us. So my question, the first question is targeted to Lukman. And I think we've not spoken enough about it, but it's currently a problem in the community we live in. We all know what AI is currently, what AI is doing to us work. So for my question is targeted towards two calibers of people. The first one is the beginners and the professionals. So as a beginner now, you want to learn something, and somebody at the corner of your room is telling you, oh, in the next 5 years, web development will be scrapped because of AI. What do you do as a beginner? It's an opinion. Somebody can tell you that, and then you're scared. You just picked up a course on Udemy for web development, and then somebody just walks up here and tells you, oh, web development will be scrapped in the next 5 years because of AI. So what do? You're going to learn something. It has to be long term. You don't just want to waste your time. And then for professionals too, how do you stay fast in this fast evolving technology? How do you stay up pace? How do you stay in the vogue with what you do currently? Because I've seen guys, because they are scared of what C#, Microsoft did with Xamarin, and then they go from Flutter to like native development. So how do you stay relevant in the current fast-paced technology in the AI? That's question one. Sorry, that's for Lukman. And then question two, I think that would be targeted towards me because I'm also a leader and I want to learn from Abayomi. So the question is, how do you keep yourself and your organization adaptable amidst constant technological change? For example, you said you're a product designer, right? And we all know the new thing in vogue right now, the liquid glass change and designs. So how do you stay, highly adaptable? That's just an example. We have other ones. How do you stay, highly adaptable as a company? For myself, as example, as a technical lead. Thank you.
The first question is, AI is taking all our jobs. What are we doing here? That's an interesting one, and I say that because my own objective, optimistic view of it is that if AI takes this job I currently have, there will be a better job. Like, it's that simple. Before cars invented, there were people dragging people on horses, that are leading the horses. Before, when cars were invented, now they can be drivers. Then planes were invented, and then they can fly. So I think AI is not ever going to be. It's not going to replace humans. That's the thing. Like, it's a tool that we need to use. And I quite realistically, before I even go into AI and all of that, like, they've invented robots that automate the manufacturing process. This has been existing for like 10, 20 years now. But there's still someone that needs to install that machine in your entire plant. There's someone that needs to oversee the day-to-day operations. There's someone that needs to, do the thing, tell the thing to do the thing, right? And if you're a senior engineer that has used AI to build tools, which is very impressive, I have to say myself, like, it's quite impressive what it can do now. But if you've done it, you would know that AI is like a very smart child. like you have to be very specific and give very direct instructions for you to be able to do it well. For you to be able to tell you to do it well, it means you know how to do it well. And when it has done the thing, because you know how to do it well, you can check if it has done it well. So like, yeah, you just moved from writing JavaScript syntax to writing English. The programming mind is still there, and now something is there to help you do it faster. And I think the net effect of that in a couple of years is not a zero sum. It's not like we're all going to be jobless and homeless and AI is in all the offices. No. It is that, like, I think we would get the opportunity to build bigger things now because there's so much more capacity that like there's a multiplier effect. It's a tool that has a multiplier effect, and that's how I see it going out. By the way, I have a friend that will be in this room and give a very strong argument in the opposition. We've talked about this several times. And to the other part, I gave the example of if you're a senior engineer or intermediate too, I think you can be getting there. But as a junior engineer or someone starting out, I would advise you quite strongly to, like, don't use AI first. Like, you can use it to check how it is doing it, but like, back to what I said, like, you have to know how to do the thing in your head. Like, you have to know. Not that there's something that can do it for you. You have to know it by yourself. And then when you know it by yourself, if you're doing it the old school way, I guess writing code is old school now. But like, if you're doing it the old school way, you do it enough times and you know how to do it, then you cannot leverage and help you do it better. And staying up to date with new technologies, I'm afraid that one is even hard because, like, I think there are new technology. When you say new technologies like AI, I understand you need to stay up to date with that and know how to leverage it. That's important. Like new tools like a new programming language, Xamarin, C#, I'm sorry, I don't think that's important at all. Like, know how to write your language and know how to write it well. Like, JavaScript has been here since, I don't know, 2007, since when it started. I started with Python way back when, then PHP, then JavaScript, and I've stuck with JavaScript for a very long time. It doesn't matter what framework they put on top of it. If they like put React Native, it's JavaScript. Is it JavaScript or not? It is. Then read the documentation of the new thing. So it's like, if you are strong in the foundations, what is the new fancy spaceship that is on top? Is read the manual and you'll know how to fly it. I guess, like, it's. I don't think it's something that is an existential crisis. I don't think either thing is an existential crisis. There will always be new technologies. You won't stop. You, all of you that are in this room, you want to build new technologies. So it's like, should other people in the next room be afraid that you are building new things? No. Just be strong in what you do.
Yeah, hi. So I think I agree with him mostly. AI will take some jobs, right? But not all jobs. There used to be a thing such as a typist, but it's no longer relevant today, right? Because you can use things like voice to detect your Google Docs. So the way I would think about it is to position yourself to be able to use the AI to do the new kind of jobs that will be available. And in terms of trends, I agree with him too on that. I work in a B2B fintech where we help global companies collect payments from Africa, right? And these people don't care whether you are using glass morphorism. All they care about is that you're able to take their money from Nigeria, take their money for Kenya, and send it back to Canada, US, and UK. And in that sense, what my job is as a designer is to ensure that we're integrated to, should I say this? We're integrated to AudioMac, right? What they really want to care is that we're able to collect our money from AudioMac and send it back home, right? So what I'm thinking as a designer is, how do I make sure the flow is seamless so that drop-off doesn't go out of the roof that is very, very low, right? So in understanding that fundamental, then I'm able to say, oh, maybe this new style of design, right, I can apply somewhere here. Or maybe everyone is doing this style of design now, and users are familiar with it. Okay, let's now try this out because that's what users are familiar with. So in that sense, it's just being grounded in the foundation and now trying to understand from your user perspective, because you also don't want your design to look like it was done in the 1980s, right? These guys, Paga, when they were collecting payments for Facebook, I wanted to run Meta ads, and when I got on the page, Meta was using another provider, but when I got on the page that Paga has, it felt like a scam page. I had to go back to Facebook to be sure that I'm actually following the right link. The one that they are using now, I think eBanks, is just a PDF page. We are collecting money. But yeah, it works for them, right? But you want to, if I was a designer there, I would try to do something that, you know how Paystack is, that if you make payments on Child Deck, you don't even need to press I have paid, make this payment. It just works, right? On this new checkout for eBanks now, Meta eBanks, you make payments and then you'll be praying to God that it has entered, right? And then you just now go back to, which the experience is not so good. So in that sense, it's just really thinking about what will make the users experience seamless, right, and more intuitive. And if you are grounded in that foundation, I think trends, you can then adapt it to fit what you're working on. That's the way I would approach it.
Thank you very much. I believe you answered your question. Like he said, AI is moving fast, but you're evolving. That's why we're humans. We are meant to evolve, create new things, be smarter. You would always notice that when you instruct the AI to do something because you know it, you will instruct it directive, like there's a direct instruction. Unlike me that don't know it, I'll just write anything and you give me whatever I put. But you that you know it, you would give a direct instruction. So yes, the last person, is there a last person, please?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Adesha Wabosede. I'm a data analyst. So my question is targeted to Abayomi. All right, you said something the other time. You said that we should build shamelessly, right? And you also spoke about something as we should not fake it till you make it, you don't like it. But you know that it is very easy for a random person to just log into TikTok and say, please, I need a job, or please, I need...
Check.
Okay, so let me repeat. You know, it's very easy for someone, a random person, to come online and say, please, I need 2,000 naira. Compared to a celebrity, when celebrity says, please, I need 2,000 naira, you know, people would drag the celebrity, right? So now my question comes back to me. So as I was a virtual assistant, right, before pivoting into data analytics, so as a virtual assistant, I already built my community. I'm like a go-to because people trust what I do. I have people, I have communities, do you understand? And even on LinkedIn, right? So now, me trying to change my career and be a data analyst, you know, I need to build publicly. I need to what? I need to get jobs from that side. So how am I going to build publicly that will not make me feel less than myself in front of my communities? Do you understand? They will not be like, what is wrong with Shewa? What is she doing? Do you understand? Please, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you very much for that question. Let me use myself as an example, right? I'm mostly in Web 2. When I say Web 2, the normal fintech that we have. And now I'm starting to now do things around the Web 3 space. I don't have a lot of following around that space, right? But what I've done now is that 2 months ago, there's a project called Lisk. It's a blockchain, if you are familiar with Web3 and all of that. So it's a blockchain, right? One of their staff reached out to me that, oh, we are doing this thing in Kenya. Would you like to follow us? I don't have any Web3 audience, right? But what I have is that I'm able to tell stories, whether you are AI, whether you are Web3, whether you are this, whether you are that. It's me, right? So I'm like, okay, cool, I'll follow you. And then I went with them to Kenya, did an amazing job for them. I mean, no one really knew them in that sense on like, I mean, people knew them in clusters, but when I told their stories, they became like really sort of popular on Twitter, for at least for the period that I was running the campaign for them. And some other guys saw that called Base is another blockchain. And when they were having their founders fellowship, they did reach out to me that, oh, Biomi, we're having this. This is me that has no audience or, I mean, I knew, because I talk about technologies and I read about them, I knew of Web3, but most of my audiences were in the Web2 space, right? So I'd done something for leaks. They saw that it was good. So now they are coming. I mean, they could have gone to their normal KOLs. They call them KOLs, key opinion leaders, right, in the Web3 space. But because they've seen the stuff that I've done with Lisk, they're now coming that, oh, come and do this for us. And I've released only 2 videos for them now, and it's about 1 million views on Twitter already for just from those 2 videos. Another chain will see that, or another Web3 project will see that. It will say, oh, I love what you did for Base and Liz. Come and do something else for us, right? What I'm saying in essence is that it is you, right? You are the brand. So whether you are doing virtual assistants and you want to switch to data science, you're taking people on a journey, right? Oh, hi, how does this girl say it? This is for all my girlies. If you're not my girlies, go away. You can find your own thing. And you used to know me that as a virtual assistant. Now I'm going into data science or data analytics, right? So you're taking people on a journey. So don't think of it as an external something. You have it inside you. It's whatever you give to the world that the world will take, right? So give them, let them collect. Cool?
Thank you very much. Like you said, okay.
And particularly, I think if your fear of doing this thing is because you are new to data analytics, like you've built, I sense from your question that your fear is that you've built expertise as a virtual assistant. Now you're going into this new thing and you don't want your community to see you as you are just starting. But do it afraid. That's the thing. Like, do it. Yes, yeah. If you are doing anything important, anything hard, you will be afraid. Like, fear is a survival instinct. You're right to think that. But like, do it anyways. Make it a story, like you said. Like, that's your community. Let them see your story doing that. And maybe, who knows, maybe you would inspire some of them to follow you on that journey. Maybe start over again. Like, some people, as you get older, like some people, I see some things on Reddit, like, or Twitter. I'm 40 something. I have done this for the last 20 years, and I want to switch my career, but I'm very afraid. That for someone like that is very hard to do. But like, you're like 20 something. This is the best time to do it, and you have an opportunity to tell the story about it as well. So yes, you're afraid. It's a valid fear, but do it anyways. Don't let that stop you, and let people, your community that you've worked so hard to build, let them learn from you as you go on the journey.
Thank you very much. Remember, the word is do it shamelessly. They will always follow.
Yes, definitely. We know that this era that we are is a content era. And you cannot afford shy or cringe. So you have to market yourself shamelessly. I'll give you 2 examples. One example is Funke Akindele. One would say Funke Akindele is like one of the biggest Nollywood actor in Nigeria. Right? You agree with me, right? But she has a movie coming up in December. Do you see the way that woman has been marketing herself? Imagine someone in her late 40s doing... Exactly. That is what it means. So if you... At this level, you're saying that you don't want to market yourself shamelessly. You want to come off as a finished product. Then I don't think you are ready. If Otedola FO can be dancing to his book on TikTok, who are you not to dance? Hello? Show yourself, show up shamelessly, and tell them what you're doing. Because if you don't tell your story, we don't know who you are. You're not telling us your journey. When they said They don't like the idea of fake it till you make it. It doesn't mean that come off as cheap or come off as you don't know what you're doing. Tell people the journey. We know how you started as a VA, now you are a CEO. We like to hear that story. So ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, we cannot ask for too much because they've done justice to this topic. Do you agree with me? So let's appreciate all of our speakers. You can rise and you put according to our moderator as well. Our moderator has done this excellently well as well. So let's come together for a photograph. We'd like to have Emmanuel, our CEO, to please step forward. Emmanuel Sohe to please join us for this picture as well. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Sheon, should please join us for this picture as well. All right, let's put hands together for CEO. In fact, maybe you people are saying that you want to be building your brand behind this CEO. I used to see his face online. He doesn't need to come online, right? But he's showing up. All right. Anne, okay, Anne, please join us. Anne, please join us. Let's put it together for Anne. All right.
I enter from Abuja go Kwakwalada. Only Mutaka surface ya wanta. I know fit for some you fit on pass my car. I roll up a shawarma. I get for Kwakwalada. I enter from Abuja go Kwakwalada. Only Mutaka surface ya wanta. I know fit fast, I know fit do pass my car. I roll up my shawarma. I get for Kwakwalada. M4 Olana, on God. Let me ask God. I live flaming. Which I'm a shammy. Me know we are jamming.
Alright.
Interesting. Would you marry be a manager? Love this song to my shop.
Alright. Thank you, DJ. Please, we'd like to ask our panelists to please stay with us to join us in prize giving as well. So please, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's put our hands together for our speakers. Oh, okay. We've been waiting for Dr. Sheon. Our speakers, please, we'd like you to please come on board again to take pictures with. Hello, speakers. Hello, panelists. Hello, panelists. Ifedayo. Yes, and this man here. Yeah, let's do this real quick. We're waiting for Dr. Sheon. Yes, let's do this. All right. So you can join as well. All right. Ifedayo. All right, you can join Mr. Lukman. Yes. All right. Thank you very much. So let's put our hands together for all of our speakers one more time. Let's appreciate them. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Are we good? All right, good. Thank you very much. Can have your seat now. All right, the part that I think the winners are the ones that are waiting for this one the most. They've been looking at the MacBook since that. When will this thing touch my hand now? The guy is ready to make a snap and send it to them. I don't collect MacBook. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we announce the winners, we have one more thing to do, and that is to bring one of our partner up to the microphone to speak to us for 5 minutes. So ladies and gentlemen, speaking for Team Anchor, let's put our hands together for the Business Development Partnerships Manager, Gloria Ijenebe.
Feeling good, banana. Music don't need permission to enter your spirit.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon. Very beautiful, lovely faces here today. My name is Gloria, and I'm particularly excited to see Fedayo here. I'm a big fan. Hi, ma'am. How are you? All right. This is how I like to start typically when introducing Anchor, just to make it a lot more realistic for us. We're here today by virtue of this amazing program put together by Catonic. So for some of us that are here, have you ever wondered how Catonic, being Catonic, without being a bank, how they're able to process your gift cards, process your payments without being a bank. Like, have you ever thought about it? How do these people do it? Or have you ever wondered how the beautiful Ifedios team manage their wallet system for these amazing women that they provide savings, investment, and loans platform for? Now, this doesn't just happen by miracle or by some stroke of luck. It happens because there are partners like Anchor, banking as a service partners like Anchor behind the scene who plays this role. What do we do? Anchor is a banking as a service partner. When I talk to people, I like to say we're an API first company, but I don't want to go too deep or too technical because I know that a lot of people might wonder what is API, what is banking as a service. But we are an infrastructure company that helps startups go to market faster. How do we do that? We provide you API solutions without you having to go through the rigors of registration or getting a license with CBN and some other licenses that you have to get today. So if you're thinking of building something, you're here, you're in this room, you have amazing ideas, you're thinking of how to build, you're thinking of an e-commerce platform and you have to embed financial products, you have to embed wallet system, you have to provide virtual accounts to these people, right? Or you have to embed it into your platform. Think no further. Anchor is that partner that can deliver this to you swiftly, as fast as possible, and with speed and reliability. One of the things that Anchor likes to do is to help startups scale, right? Because we know that it is such a hurdle in our Nigerian ecosystem today when young people have these gorgeous, amazing ideas, but then if they think about step 1 to step 10, it will probably take them about 24 months to be able to complete. Meanwhile, you know that that product has to go to market today or like yesterday. So this is why Anchor is here. I have my colleagues here that they will be sharing some flyers with you and some more information about what we do at Anchor. And we'll still be outside for a couple of minutes to answer your questions. I'll stay here on stage just to answer, because I think I have 5 minutes and yeah, I've spoken already. So if you have any questions and you need clarity on what we do or what type of services we can provide. I also like to chip in that for people who are thinking about multi-currency transactions, because I know that there are a lot of social commerce providers. We're in the age of content creation and people want to receive payments from outside, right? You're probably working with remote companies and you're getting difficulties in receiving your payments in USD and the likes of EUR or GBP. Look no further. Anchor is your one-stop shop to be able to deliver all of these products and solutions to you. Thank you very much. My name is Gloria, and you can build with Anchor by following us on our social media pages. Just go to LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, X, at Build with Anchor, and ask any question you want. We'll be there to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together one more time for Anchor. Again, if you'd like to ask them questions or you'd like to get clarity on some of the information that she shared, you can meet them outside. And of course, there will be flyers that will be shared across this room as well. At this moment, we are ready to announce our winners. Are you excited? Are you? Now your own voice, loud, pass. Are you excited? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with the consolation prizes for those of our winners that won't be going on with MacBook, but they'll be going on with something. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring to the microphone to assist us in doing this. We'd like to have the design lead. We'd like to have design. Wait, no. Just hold on. I want to confirm real quick. Okay. All right. To present this, we'd like to have Kelechi Eke. Kelechi Eke. Let's put hands together for Kelechi Eke. All right. Kelechi is here. I think I'm supposed to bring the next speaker, but I think let's Kelechi do this. All right, let's put our hands together one more time for Kelechi Eke. All right. All right. We can use this, please. Whilst we get the names of the winners across, we'd like to have some music for just 2 minutes so they can bring the names up front. Thank you. All right. Somebody please bring it. Please bring it. Without showing the names.
Nice. Nice. Let's go, dude. Check. Hey. My name and game striking so hard, make you go insane. Hey. I be the chosen one. I remain no para of Niger land. My brain drain, working all day like say I know be my man. The street keep urging me to do more. Once more I come with this brand new one. Born animosity, I be the great one. I'm a boy sure I'm beyond the beef talk. But you mock on him, just like chameleon. Alama shikata love agado. Ikimujino sorry, I think you should know. So I beg you, Papa Lepe Mejira. Most incredible. Atom Niger, step on Niger. Street credibility, we get check my fans, but don't be lie. 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 Give me one love. As I come here before you, I will talk about as I see her. I don't go use any sugar cover up. Call me your malam, but I know you understand. And when I see go to stress, I'm telling you, they use for grandma. I know. We always peacefully do it very nicely. We always try to work nobody. These two friends are nice. Guaranteed to always nice on your body. I know it sounds like bragging, but it's true that I'm talking. Can't deny God's blessing. Right now we are at the zebra crossing. No cars are passing. It's just reality flashing. Oh, Choje la lama. Enya la bukuma. This one you know be shakara. This one is surely confirmed. The most incredible. Atom Niger, strip from Niger. Street credibility, we get check my fans, but don't be lie. Don't be lie. Don't be lie. Don't be lie. Categorically, I'm the best mentally. No gay saying I'm the cutest physically. Don't doubt me, I go bring them down me. Credible, remarkable, unbeatable, palatable, reliable. Yeah. Kudu, I think I do, I come kudu, yeah. I made up the streets, why I no go blow? Originality work for me, why I no go show? I shall why they walk so on to that toe. Now me they want to the street I belong. Enemies a must if you want blow. I'm on that turn by turn. Back by God make you reach your turn. This is dance free, I'm a plenty fighter. Anyhow we go be, I want just walk on your way to the top. The most incredible. Atom Niger, strip from Niger. Street credibility, we get check my fans, but don't be lie. Don't be lie. Don't be lie. Don't be lie. Give me love. We are the most incredible. Atom Niger.
All right, GJ, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kelechi. I'm one of the operation managers in Catholic, and I was also the review lead for the Upskill program. So I would say it was such a privilege to lead the review process for this year's Upskill program. Over the past few weeks or months, we saw exceptional dedication through up to 4 to 5 stages of the assessment. We met challenges, the interview process as well. But what I would say is that each participants showed commitment to growth and to learning. So, but for today, we are celebrating 20 techies who not only stood out or who not only completed the journey, but stood out with excellence and with resilience. So, but first of all, we would have to call out the runners-up before we invite the 20 winners on stage. So for the runners-up for this year's Upskill program, we have it's locked.
All right, DJ, please give us music while we check this.
All right, so for the runners-up for this year's Upskill program, let's give a warm welcome to Progress Olaoye.
You can get it if you really want. You can get it if you really want. But you must try. Try and try.
All right, yes.
Try and try. You'll succeed at last.
All right, DJ, please bring it down. Just because we are trying to save time and we also want our speakers to be part of this presentation, we're going to be calling all the names of the runner-ups so they can join together. We'll take the picture with the plaque individually, but we'll call your name together as a whole now. Are you fine with that? Okay, they are fine.
All right. So please, you forgive me if I murder your name, but I'll try my best to pronounce it very well. So next we have Adebanji Ayomide. Please, a round of applause for them. So we have Salim Oyinola. We have Adeshewa Abosede. So we have Udoabasi Donald Cookie. And we have are they coming out? Okay.
Yes, they're coming out.
All right, so we have Rotimi Uluwasikemi Daniel. Please, I'm sorry for modern. We have Bemileke Ojeniro. And we have Mariam Omiteru. Then we have Orimogunje Precious. And Somtochukwu Mbamalo. Then we have Omoloju Rufus. Okay. Then next we have Donald Michael. Then Victor Fabohon. Then last we have Akinfenwa Ezekiel.
All right, please, you can move on to the stage and just leave the center of the stage. Just let's create a gap for. All right, we also like our financial controller to please join us, Mr. Oluwatosin Obafemi. Should please join us. Let's put them together for Oluwatosin Obafemi. All right, for the picture, yes. So individually. So you can just give the. Please, let's move to the center so that we can have more space. All right, Mr. Obafemi is coming as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for them one more time.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, collectively, let's put our hands together for all the runner-ups one more time. Thank you very much. A big shout out to Cartonic for putting this together. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Upskill one more time. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. Thank you.
And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick
Alright, thank you very much. Let's put our hands together one more time. Sorry for stressing you, but let's show some love. Let's show some love. Thank you so much. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, we know that there is no other order than to pronounce the names of the MacBook winners. If you're excited, let me hear you make some noise. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that song that DJ was playing, I want to assume that I'm speaking for myself and many others. It gives me some form of heavy PTSD. That stand up. If you are someone that compete a lot and you're always coming third or fourth, whenever they play that song, you just invest anyhow. But the winners, they can relate to the song. They will like the song so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, I would like to bring in the CEO to please speak to us for a few minutes before we start calling the winners of our MacBook. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's show some love. The CEO, Cartonic Emmanuel. So hey, let's put our hands together. You can use the stairs, don't worry. Okay, you want to be there? All right. Let's show some love now. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping.
Hello everyone. Yeah, good afternoon. So I think I should apologize for this place feels hot. So on behalf of the organizers and maybe 4 points, would like to apologize for putting you in this atmosphere, right? That said, I think everything has been said by our speakers, and I'm not going to bore you with another motivational story or anything. So can you just help me appreciate the speakers from the Gracefully Fair to Bayomi, Lukman, and Ashiwaju? And please, if you are a winner of the content category, if I was speaking at the backstage and she said she does not like to be dragged on Twitter, if you know you're a winner here, after this MacBook, you are signing a deal not to drag you fair on Twitter, if that's okay. But please help me appreciate the speakers one more time. And to a lot of questions have been asked. So to the unasked question, why do we keep doing this? 20 MacBooks is not play. It costs a lot. In fact, whenever we think about upskill and I look at the budget, sometimes I feel like, is this worth it? Should we go on with this? Why do we keep doing upskill year on year, even though it's very expensive to do? I would say whenever we see who we are impacting, we hear stories, we see products being built by winners of upskill, it gives us enough proof. Should I say proof? It gives us enough reasons to continue to invest in upskill year on year. And for us, this is not just an investment, because trust me, and I say this with every sense of humility that I have, that upskill is one of the most transparent platforms that you would ever apply to. So if you're a winner here, this is proof that you are good. And I don't know if I need to repeat that, because as developers, as creators, sometimes my face self-doubts. Am I good? Do I deserve to be here? If you ever need any proof whatsoever that you are good, that you are solid, this is it. Even for the runners-up, if you ever need any proof that you are good, because 16,000 applicants applied for Upskill 3.0, and here we are today, 20 winners and about 13 runner-up. So I think you should give yourself a round of applause. So we keep investing in upskill because in 10, 15 years' time, we want people to share their stories. When founders building great products, building solutions out of Africa tells their story, we want them to reference upskill. That there was a time where I was still trying to upskill, or when I was still trying to make something out of my career. A brand came without paying a dime, without knowing anyone. I want to believe you don't know anyone. I don't know the winners, you don't know me. And I want to believe you also don't know Kelechi. So a brand came, I applied, and I won upskill, and here am I today doing great things. So that's what keeps us motivated into investing in upskill year on year. And hopefully next year, Upskill 4.0 will be bigger. Yeah, so enough said. Congratulations once again. We hope you are going to do exploits in the tech world. We hope in the future we'll be able to call you on stage to come and also motivate others. And trust me, that's all we want from Upskill. It's not, you are not paying us, you can't pay us, but we hope that you're able to also pay this forward. And we look forward to seeing your exploits in the tech world.
All right, at this moment, we would like to present the MacBooks to the winners. But we'd like to have all of our speakers to please join us, from Lukman to Abayomi to Ifedayo. Please, let's join our CEO on stage. And of course, our keynote speaker for today, the executive advisor to Oyo State Governor on Youth and Sports. Let's put our hands together for all of them as they welcome to the stage. We'd like to have Abayomi as well to please join us. And of course, Ifedayo Simiati, you please join us on stage before we announce the winner. Please, is Anne? Okay, yes, let's have Anne. Let's have Anne please join us on stage to announce the winners.
Now you know. Now you know. If you know, you know. The big ballers in town. Now you know. Now you know. Forget what I know them. Yes. How much is money? It's nothing.
All right.
Premium or nothing. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Forget what I know them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, DJ, bring it down. All right. We'd like to have one of the ushers to please join us here to assist our speakers in presenting this. Thank you so much. All right, the first person to join us on stage for a MacBook. Ladies and gentlemen, are you excited? Make some noise. Let's bring to the stage Adeniyi James Adebayo.
number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny.
Let's put our hands together one more time.
I have waited patiently.
On the segment of product management, Adeni James Adebayo.
Count on me, so stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Adebayo, I got my eyes on you. That guy.
Well, the next winner is Tioluwani Ige Jones, Product Management. Tioluwani Ige Jones. Please, a round of applause.
All right, join them for pictures.
Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see?
Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for her one more time as she leaves. Joining us on stage as well from the software engineering segment, we have Ifeoluwa Osenoga.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Let's put our hands together for Ifeoluwa.
Champions, for the champions. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
A round of applause for her. Joining me is Elochukwu Okafor from the software engineering. Please, a round of applause for him.
Pick myself.
Congratulations, Elochukwu.
Fall down. I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to.
Congratulations. Joining us again, we have from the software engineering segment as well, Oyewale Abdusabo.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up.
Congratulations.
For the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up.
Congratulations once again. Joining us is Michael Jola Moses. Michael Jola Moses. A round of applause for him. Congratulations.
So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's show some love to these winners. On that same segment, software engineering, we also have David Afolabi Onifade.
It's getting close.
Congratulations.
It's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have
Congratulations. Joining me on stage is Amarachi Catherine. Amarachi Catherine, congratulations. Please, a round of applause as she gets here.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Alright, finally on the segment of software engineering, we have Joshua Olotun.
And when I fall
Keep clapping as it comes forward.
I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down.
Congratulations again. Joining me from the data science, Ayetu Tenioluwa Victor. Teniola Victor, where are you please? Congratulations. Keep clapping till he gets here.
For the champions, for the champions. champions. Stand up, stand up.
Also joining the winners on the data science segment as well, we have Tolulokbe Kudus Abolade. Let's keep clapping until it gets to the stage. Show some love. Congratulations.
I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up.
Congratulations once again. From the content creation segment, we have Simile Michael Awodele. Please keep clapping. Congratulations.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Here we go. It's getting close.
Congratulations. Joining the winners on the contest creation segment, we also have Daniel Toluwani Aino.
We have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move.
This guy is a proper content creator. His assistant don't be on standby, shaking everything. You will see LinkedIn post now. It was amazing connecting with great minds.
Congratulations once again. Joining me is Amen Shalom Atta. Amen. Congratulations.
For the champions, for the champions, stand up.
Congratulations to all of the winners. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. And finally, joining them on the content creation segment, we have Favor Ayomide Moshood. Favor Ayomide. Let's keep clapping until she gets here. Congratulations.
I have to pick myself up. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up.
Congratulations once again. For the segment of design, we have Farida Oyigada. I'm sorry if I'm massacring your name.
Otagoyi Freda Oyidaga.
Oh, she's not around, so we will skip that. Victoria Unduka, please join me as we welcome Victoria Unduka. A round of applause for her.
Victoria Unduka.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions.
Joining them on the design team, we also have another winner, Nadra Fumilayo Ibrahim Oladosu.
For the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions.
Joining us is Adeze Marachi. I'm not certain she's around.
Adeze.
So Favor Oluwa Pelumi, that's the last person. Congratulations.
Fatu Ashe.
Clapping.
Is she here? Fatu Ashe Favor Oluwa Pelumi is a he.
Okay, this is her brother. She's not.
Oh, our brother. All right. Let's put our hands together for them one more time.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all the winners one more time. And all of our speakers. If you are a winner, you've not hit your name. We apply next year. Thank you. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you so much to all of our speakers. Thank you so much to all the gifters as well and the organizing team of this event. It be like say I know two people from that winner. Make I collect 10%. don't think I don't know Cartonic before now. Before they will say maybe he's the one that influenced his entry. Not like that. I could have won a MacBook for myself. So, ladies and gentlemen, because of time, and if you check by your time, you see that we are way past 3 p.m. It's like 20 minutes to 4. So in this moment, we would like to bring on stage one of our team members. Well, you saw him on stage the other time, but at this moment, just to say, please, before we take the vote of thanks, do we have anything before I close this with the vote of thanks? Anybody from the team? Nobody? Nobody. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, to say the vote of thanks, to say thank you to all of you that have stepped out of your comforts, even though the winners don't have a choice, they had to be here. Someone was not here and sent a brother. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our financial controller, Oluwatosin Obafemi. It's coming. Let's keep that coming until it gets to the stage.
Now you know. Now you know. If you know, you know. You take the ballers in town.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Upskill. So it's actually an honor, to be taking this vote of thanks, and it's actually been a very transformative and really inspiring, event, and seeing, the next set of leaders being built, to see, something really phenomenal coming up. So first, I would like to say to our phenomenal Cartonic leadership, K, Usman, ES, and every single person from the OPM, to the entire members of staff of Cartonic. Thank you very much, because it's really not easy. I know the sleepless nights, the logistics, everything that went into, getting this done. This initiative is more than a program to us. It's actually a reflection of who, we are and what we believe, that access should never be a barrier to talent. At Cartonic, we see Upskill not as an expense, but as a bold and deliberate investment in the future of Nigeria's tech ecosystem. An ecosystem that we are all helping to shape, actually. So I say thank you for turning up, and and I really want to say thank you, because this is actually the third one, and we know that even the next and subsequent ones will be far bigger and better. Please clap for the leadership team now. Thank you very much. Okay, and to our distinguished speakers and panelists, you have really poured knowledge, guidance, and arts into this experience. And I must say that your insights actually leads, part for those coming behind. And your mentorship has given meaning to the tools we celebrate today. Thank you very much for being the compass for our growing talent. Please, can you clap for our speakers and panelists? Thank you so very much. Okay. And there are some set of people that have been smiling, rejoicing, really happy today. And that's the 20 phenomenal Upskill 3.0 winners. Can you give a shout out to them? So you are the heartbeat of this journey. Your resilience, creativity, and hunger for growth stood out. And today, we hand you those MacBooks, not just as devices, but as keys. Keys to build, to create, and to redefine what is possible. Now the world waits eagerly to see what you will build. Everybody seated here is waiting to actually use your product and solutions. Okay, so finally, to everyone who has shared in this vision, both here in this room and across the online community, this is saying thank you very much for being part of something truly momentous and impactful. Then this is wishing you all journey messes back to your various destinations. And I must really say you, Cartonic cares, and we love you so much. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Leave it on the floor. Baby magic along. Asante sana.
All right, DJ, bring it on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a wonderful day. Did you? Did you? Okay, somebody's already doing unboxing. Damn. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a beautiful day with all of you, each and every one of you here today. It has been an amazing time as well for me. Maybe if I had known that I won a MacBook, I would have heard him at the entrance. But yeah, it's an excellent day as well. And to seeing all of the speakers and of course all of the organizing team that put this together, it is an impressive one. It is something that is worth celebrating, and we hope that next year we get to do something bigger than this. And hopefully, you that you want MacBook, you probably come next as a sponsor. Hopefully. Sharp, exactly. So ladies and gentlemen, this is where we say goodbye. This is where we close the curtains. My name is Abdul Malik Hashimi, and I've been your host. Thank you for having me. Hope to see you guys next year. Next year we'll have, see you, where are we doing next year's one? We are probably doing it in Dubai, right? In Dubai. Alright, all the winners, all the MacBook winners, please go to the backdrop over there, pictures, everybody. And even the runner-ups as well. All of them, okay. Let's move to the back with our MacBooks here. Somebody's already doing unboxing, but yeah, go and take pictures with all other winners.
Warrant of visa torí mo fẹ́ fọ́mọ yín. Wọ́n bí mi mo túra bí èmi gangan làbí sọ́lá mo bọ́lá jí mo jí bọ́lá mo fẹ́ sọ̀kọ̀ bọ́lá ti tó. Sílẹ̀ màá bá wọn ká tán délẹ̀. Kólóbá eléré ò dá o sí ṣáàzù dá. Mo lélẹ́rẹ́ ò dá. Ojoojúmọ́ náà ń ṣọmọ wọn gbóná jù sí ṣàǹsọ orúkọ tèlére ni la fi mọ̀ wọ́n káàkiri ẹ̀bẹ̀ ni mo bẹ̀ yín o ìdọ̀bálẹ̀ mi máa re ẹjẹ́ ń fẹ́ ìyàwó mi o. Sílẹ̀ bàbá wọn tá tán délẹ̀ o mi ò ní lọ síbi kan bàbá wọn tá tán délẹ̀ o. I don't care what they say. Èwo ni kólóbá torí mo fẹ́ fọ́mọ yín. Èwo ni ti warrant of visa torí mo fẹ́ fọ́mọ yín. Wọ́n bí mi mo túra bí èmi gangan làbí sọ́lá mo bọ́lá jí mo jí bọ́lá mo fẹ́ sọ̀kọ̀ bọ́lá ti tó. Sílẹ̀ bàbá wọn tá tán délẹ̀ o. Kólóbá. What matters to me is to become a sugar. I will do what they say. What matters to me is to love her forever. I will do what they say. What matters to me is to love her forever. Oh, I will do what they say. Sílẹ̀, bàbá wọn tá tán délẹ̀. Mi ò ní lọ síbi kan, bàbá wọn tá tán délẹ̀. I don't care what they say. Orí kólóbá, orí mo fẹ́ fọ́mọ yín.
voice on this beat.
Cause only money matter. When I look at my eyes to water,
Which kind life where I never see? I carry God so I fear nothing. Steady increase in the commas. Original no be parody. It no fit clear for your memory. Whether now winter or summer, I did Papa does Savannah. Living life, see my fire burning bright within the inside me. Small leeway, they mighty, they never know I color. To the move fine, check and balance everything inside my mind daily. Trust me, you can't fool me. Energy don't got logo, more friendly and conscious. I'm allergic to so. I'm not ready for confusion. They're telling me make I show love. Stability on bono, everything a connection. I'm not ready for confusion. Things happen inside life. Try to make I live my life. Dreams come true if not fight. By the fight make you no go tired. Fire they go, you need to put your living life, see my fire burning bright within the inside me. Small leeway, they mighty, they never know I color. To the fine, check and balance everything inside my mind daily. Trust me, you can't fool me. Energy don't got logo, more friendly and conscious. I'm allergic to so. I'm not ready for confusion. They're telling me make I show love. Stability on bono, everything a connection. I'm not ready for confusion. Now which kind of life will I never see? I carry God so I fear nothing. Steady increase in the commas. Yeah. London. Steady increase in the commas. Hello, greet everybody for you. Body just shake belly. What is up on tell belly? Deliver like I get belly. Them say I dey go sell out. Them say I dey go sell out. Best me to Fortuna. I go make you Joe Dada. Say you get the power. Sweetie passy amala ketu. Shinji kagawa. Jesu Christi lobawa. Got them falling yakata. You know I see sabi girl they do. Sabi. Sabi. gonna sip some gin and juice tomorrow. Let's be you to Fortuna. I go make you Joe Dada. Say you get the power. Sweetie Passy, I'm a lucky too. Shinji Kagawa, Jesu Christi Lobawa. But them falling yakata. You know I see sabi girl they do. Hey, sabi, oh, sabi,
Quacqualata, quacqualata. Jenny Colobi, money more beach, and it's an occasion. In a Colobi, my Colobi, money colonation. Jenny Colobi, that colossus, and economation. Quacqualata, quacqualata. I enter from my butcher, quacqualata. One more takasu face, I want that. I know fit for some if it don't pass my power. I roll up a shawarma, I get for Quacqualata. I enter from a puta Quacqualata. Only more takasu face, I want that. I know fit fast, I don't fit you pass my power. A shawarma, I get for Quacqualata. M4 Maulana, on God, he let me ask God. I live flaming, with my shami, me know we are Charlie. Wahabi, I look, Makadam over, and you see, love over, would you marry be a manager? Love this song to my Russia, love you is a cry, baby don't you waste my time. That's my pussy, I'm not pay as soon. I did for Quacqualata. I enter from my butcher, Quacqualata. Only more that I want that. I know fit for some if it don't pass my power. I roll up a shawarma, I get for Quacqualata. On to the next one, give me ginger, give me power, no more LA. Give me power. I enter from a puta Quacqualata. Only more takasu face, I want that. I know fit fast, I don't fit to pass my power. I roll up my shower, I did for Quacqualata. I enter from a puta Quacqualata. No fit